love me, but I'm impossible to read sometimes. Liquor make a nigga quick to say some shit that he don't mean sometimes. Quick to flip the script on this relationship. I know you can't read my mind. 2 a.m. And I've been on the way since 10:45, and I can hardly drive. Blurry lines, yeah. Fifth of liquor got a nigga speaking sober mind, yeah. Blurry lines, yeah. I've been drinking my intentions, but your fun line ain't clear. 100 proof got me on 100 with you. And it's blurry line. First call on the last call, you won't speed down, cause I need you. Fucked up on the last drink, I can't see straight from the reef. You know me, I get drunk a bit, it be Bible verses, then politics. I can barely speak, but I'm talking shit. Words slurred, can't see sometimes. You be on the phone, dead sick, worried about me sometimes. Pray I make it home just fine. I'm outside with these blurry lines, yeah. Fifth of liquor got a nigga speaking sober mind, yeah. Blurry lines, yeah. What up, what up?
What up? What's good?
What up? What up? I just want to give shots out real quick. This is Sebastian Cole, Blurry Lines. Go check him up. He gave me full rights to use this song on this stream. So I have all permission to play Sebastian Cole's directly from Sebastian Cole. Do not flag my shit or my boy's shit because that is not right. Again, go check out Sebastian Cole, his album Numb. Go check it out. Great album. Put it out there. Big shots out to my guy, Sebastian Cole. Shots out for him allowing us to use his music. Also, and I'm not forgetting my boy Lace 434. Any instrumentals you hear playing behind us or at any time is always Lace 434 on YouTube. Go check them both out. That's what it is. What's up with it, my boy Rob? It's Blacklight Revelations Reality Check Virtual Radio. Out here, we're live and we about to get it the fucking. What's up, bro?
What's good? What's good, man? Man, I love that song, man. I love that song. We got to get that brother on here one of these days.
He
We got to
already
get it.
said, yeah. I already
Yeah,
talked to him. I already
that,
talked to him. I told him, just let me know when you're free so we can do it. And he's definitely going to be on. It's just, we got to get our days meshed. But he already said yes.
oh yeah, that's what's up, bro. That's what's up. That'll be dope. We need to get like a live performance. We need all of that. We need the whole thing, the inspiration for the song. We need it all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that shit goes so hard. I don't care what nobody say. That shit go just, it slaps, bro. Blurry
Yeah,
lines,
yeah,
bro.
yeah,
That
yeah.
shit slap like a motherfucker, bro. You
Man,
know what
what
I
we
mean?
need to do, bro, what we need to do is like one of these days, you know what I'm saying? We need to get a contest popping off where the people that listen and come into the videos, we start setting it up to where we can actually get them hooked up with like a CD in a contest or something. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah, definitely. That shit would
Yeah,
be right as fuck if that
yeah,
was. Hell yeah, that shit would be hella right, man. We'll see what the fuck the boys up to. You
yeah,
know how it goes. We'll definitely do that shit. But
yeah, that'd be
I
dope.
I claim this stream in the name for niggas.
Can I get an amen?
Amen. I claim this world in the name of niggas.
Amen.
Amen.
Shit.
It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Hey man,
Man.
what's up to everybody in the screen, in the rooms, on YouTube, on Haps, on Twitter, on wherever the fuck, Twitch, wherever you're watching from. How you doing? I hope your evening is well, man. I hope it is fucking awesome. So what's up with you, man? Like, what's the week looking like? How's it been for you? What you think? What's up?
Man, I can't complain. You know, just chilling, doing my thing, trying to make some content. Just looking at the news, man. Like everything going crazy in the news. It's like a nonstop, man. It's always some nonsense. Like it's always too much content. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
you know, because I be making the videos and all that. It's like, damn. Like I just wish that I could kind of just like go away for a minute and not like have to put out a video or a live stream or something, just so that I can actually get a moment to breathe, because there's always some dumb shit going on. Always.
Well, a lot of people say that we are in the age of Aquarius, right?
Yeah, I've heard
Right.
that.
And what's the age of Aquarius? It's like the age of knowledge, right?
Right.
Knowledge will spring forth. Yeah, we must have got the retarded Aquarius.
Right.
Yeah, we didn't get the regular Aquarius. We got the retarded Aquarius.
Yeah, big facts.
So, I mean, you just kind of got to deal with it. Maybe it's because Aquarius isn't actually really going to be coming in until for a few years. I guess there's a dumbing down of the masses before you get into the age of enlightenment and knowledge.
Right.
You know what I mean? So maybe we're in the dumb down moment. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it might be, man. I think we are in kind of a dumbed down moment. I think what the exposure is the exposure is actually how dumb people are. You know what I mean? Like, I think that people are now just realizing how little they know. And so first it's going to have to be, some kind of compensation taken into consideration with that. And then once people actually become comfortable, like, yo, we really don't know as much as we thought we did. Then we start moving forward into that age of enlightenment. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. And speaking of the age of fucking idiocy, like the age of idiocy is so prevalent. So prevalent, right? That you have to sometimes call that shit the fuck out.
Always.
Right? And
here it comes. It's about to go down.
And let's get this. Let me see. Where the fuck? Why isn't this going to number one?
Hold on. Maybe I gotta take my shit off number one. All right, there we go.
All right. Let's see. Maybe you could put it on number one. Oh, it looks like we froze up. Oh, wait, maybe we did.
Yeah, I think it's janky haps. I think we might have froze up a little bit on the screen.
I think so too, because it's lagging a little bit. Is it just me? It's lagging a little bit.
It is lagging a little bit, but it's all good though, man. We'll work through it. It'll come back.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Well, this is the dumb shit I'm talking about. If you guys didn't hear, we had a whole bunch of white supremacists try to run through Philly. You heard that shit?
Yeah. Crazy shit, man.
Yeah,
crazy.
So these white boys thought it would be a good idea out of all of Pennsylvania, right?
To go to Philly.
Right? Out of all of Pennsylvania that they could have went, they decided to go to downtown Pennsylvania or Philly.
I don't get it. I'm speechless. You know what I'm saying? We got Shatira in the house. What up, Shatira? What up, Shishi?
What up, Shatira? How you doing, baby girl? Now, the fact of the matter is, you got to be a special kind of stupid to sit around and talk all this shit about how violent and dumb black people are, and then think that, black folks wasn't going to do something about that shit.
Right.
And let me send a shout out to Philly, to my brothers in Phillies that stood up, okay? That stood the fuck up and said, fuck these motherfuckers. Let's bring these niggas some heat.
Right.
So big shots out to these motherfuckers that went out there and did it, and put their money where their mouth was. You know what I mean? So big shout out to them brothers. But I'm just saying, I just wanted to give an example.
Did you hear why they said that they did it? Like they did it because they feel like the election was stolen. My question is, what in the hell did they think that the people in Philadelphia had to do with the damn election?
I don't know. I couldn't answer that, bro. Uh, I don't know. I have no idea. I thought they thought that they would do it and black folks would just let that shit happen and we would just leave them alone.
Yeah, I guess. Like, if something had to happen, if something all bad had to happen, then they
Mhm.
would have got upset and been like, "Look at these violent people! Like this neighborhood is out of control." Blah 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 blah. Like, okay, like, why did y'all come
Mhm.
there though? A lot of those people, it says that they came directly from Texas. Why
Right.
would you drive all the way from Texas to Philadelphia because you mad about what happened with the election? We got Larry Davis that just subscribed and CG_1 that just subscribed. Appreciate the subscriptions, y'all.
Yeah. Thank
Oh,
you.
and Darkstar22 over on YouTube wants to know, where can she find Izzy High 420 on YouTube?
Oh yeah, you can find me at Reality Check Virtual Radio on YouTube. Also look up IZZY Izzy High on YouTube because they're going to be the same account, but I don't know what they're under. So you're going to one of the two. Look for Reality Check Virtual Radio on there.
And if you
Right.
want to find it real easy, all you got to do is go to Blacklight Revelations 2, and it's live on the community wall on Blacklight Revelations 2.
Right.
It's
And
directly from Izzy's channel.
right. I'm live also. So yeah. By the fact that they pulled up in khaki pants, the horror, the horror. This shit tears apart. Right. You know what? She has a point though. Honestly, how the fuck is you gonna fucking have some penny loafers and some Dockers on and shit? You know, some khaki Dockers and shit, and then think you was gonna make it through the hood? Like fuck out of
They was
here.
probably going around. We're gonna check everybody about not being in business casual.
Right. I do. There was a question by Pete. Pete asked the question. He said, "How much, if any, do you attribute economic anxiety to white people having racist beliefs?"
What do you mean economic anxiety? What does Pete Sangria mean by economic anxiety? Is there an actual delusion that white people are not going to be economically in control of the United States for, the unforeseeable future? Is that an actual thing that people are, for whatever reason, concerned about? The biggest threat facing white people as far as economic dominance, in my opinion, is China. And China has already surpassed the United States with the GDP. But as much as a lot of white people just want to believe this, as much as they just want to believe that it's the black people, it's not. It's that guy that Joe Biden just had a meeting with, Xi Jinping. That's who you guys need to worry about, not us.
Yeah, I don't know job loss, economic stability, automation, etc. No, I don't think so. I think that would be some bullshit excuses that they would use. I don't think they are legitimate because I think you can show at a very good clip that there's been many different groups that have came in and been successful here, but still that never caused white folks to ever lose any kind of economic dominance in this country at all. So I don't think you could actually back that up with any kind of hardline facts.
Yeah, and also, even if there was something existential to happen, like a currency devaluation or anything that would happen, what people fail to acknowledge is that the United States has built-in security systems
Right.
and built-in things to bump up, quote, the middle class. That's why anytime there's an economic stimulus package, that's why anytime there's always bipartisan cooperation to do something that boosts the, quote, middle class. Because when they're talking about the, quote, middle class, they're not talking about us. Middle class is a dog whistle for, quote, the real American people. There's nothing that's in the middle class for us. And you can go historically fact check that by seeing how effective programs like the New Deal were for improving black people's economic status. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean everything that they've ever tried to or claim that was for black folks have never really gotten to take true advantage of. And somebody else has always benefited off of the things that are supposedly for black folks. So I think it is pretty much built into the system that there's if there's something that we're going to give to them, we'll ultimately figure out a way to make sure you get a piece of the pie too. White folks, don't worry about it.
Right.
You know,
And then, I
so
mean, and the thing is like he ain't just making this up. Like you can literally, legitimately go through every single policy that was allegedly ever made to boost up the middle class, and they do exactly what he just said. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, they always have some sort of something. So yeah. I would not attribute personally. I would not attribute economics as a reason for people's racism. No, more. I think people's reason for racism is because they just think that fucking they're better than everyone.
Yeah, basically.
Real simple shit.
And believe that, there's no reason for them to have to compete at an even
Mm,
level because they should automatically just have that automatic advantage.
right. They they white people enjoy racism.
Yeah.
They
And
benefit off
and
of it.
and what's funny
So
is like a lot of times, like the whole with the Rachel Nichols thing, with all of this stuff that's going on as far as the NBA and the finals drama and ESPN and all of that. You got Rachel Nichols that on a hot mic phone call, literally with Adam Mendelsohn, had a in-depth, detailed discussion about racism, about the way that minorities are manipulated. And then, when you try to have a conversation face to face, like, I don't understand any of this. You're not speaking in a language that I speak. Okay. All right.
mhm. Right.
My
Yeah,
man Law. I
exactly.
just wanted to say what's up to my man Law is in the house. I think he over on your YouTube page, Izzy. So that's my dude right there. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
that's
Salute,
right.
salute.
What's up with you, Law? Appreciate
Yeah.
coming into my stream, man. Real shit. So yeah, man. I hope I answered your question, Pete. I hope that was a detailed enough answer. You know what I mean? So how we want to start this? What we want to start with today?
Well, I see you got
You
I
know,
see,
I'm
I see you
you,
got Big Belly up on the screen, so you can go ahead
you,
with that if you want to.
you know. Here, hold on, real quick, because I got the other one, and so I want to make sure. There we go. I want to bring that up real quick, and then we'll present it on this one because, and the only reason I want to present it on this is because I know they got some videos on here. You know what I mean? So
Right,
I want to make
right.
sure you can see the videos and hear the videos. But yeah, okay. So I don't know if y'all heard about this case, um, but here it is. let's let's go there, shall we?
Oh man.
That we need more students. I think maybe one more would help a lot of people. Uh, quick answer. Um, a quick answer. I hope that's a quick enough answer for you. Wait, let me see. Which you like to copy the question? Oh shit. So my it says that my shit is crashed. I don't know why. So I
Really?
apologize.
I can
Yeah, I don't know.
I can still hear you. I think it might be your OBS or like your camera that might have crashed because I can still hear you. You know what I
No,
mean?
it is my OBS.
Ah, okay.
So, I just yeah, it is. So all right, so let's get
There
into
it goes. You back now.
this cat right here. Yeah, I got it. Let's get into this cat. If you guys haven't heard this fucking dude, this fat piece of shit, okay, Edward Cagney Matthews. Okay, this is his mugshot. If you don't know about him, um, do you know the story? If you know the story, maybe you can, tell the story.
So basically, this dude right here, you know what I'm saying? He lived in a community, Mountain Lake, or I'm sorry, Mount Laurel. And in this community, apparently this dude had been going around terrorizing the community for years.
Mhm.
For years, violent outbursts, altercations with neighbors. He had a track record of all of this stuff happening, right? So then there was an interracial couple, And I don't know what kind of altercation happened with him and an interracial couple, but he went and knocked on the door of this couple's house and asked for the husband to come outside. Nobody ended up coming outside, but what happened was another neighbor happened to be passing by, and there was some words exchanged between him and the other neighbor. Man, this dude got aggressive. He belly bumped the dude. He was talking crazy. It's all kinds of racial slurs, like they said in the headlines, casually throwing out the N-word. So what ended up happening, I don't know, because I just did a article about this, but apparently there was some other situation where the police were called and the police kind of brushed it off. Now, when I did a video, because I had actually did a video about this and I didn't know about that at the time of the video, but apparently there was some past situations and the police kind of just brushed it off. So what happened was the police intervened that time and the guy ended up getting escorted back home. And I guess while he was at home, he was talking hella crap. He even gave out his address. Well, people got the address. They pulled up at his house. He had a whole mob of people in front of the house. And then the police ended up arriving there and they took him home or took him to jail, which is his
let's
home.
watch that shit.
Yeah, let's watch this. Get it.
They throwing hell of shit at that fool. So you see him getting escorted. folks throwing good ass food on this man. Yeah,
Man, somebody's aunt got hit with a water bottle, like right in front of the police car. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So like, motherfuckers was kind of pissed off about this dude, but yeah, he was doing a lot of out of pocket shit. You know what I mean?
Play that video right there. My question before you get started playing that video, have y'all heard this nonsense right here? This is another thing that I didn't see before I made my video about this situation. This video right here, man, the stuff that this dude says in this video is completely mind-boggling. In my opinion, this actually gives a deeper insight to like the racism. And then so when you listen to like his apologies and all that, his apology is completely it's nothing, because he understands the inner workings of the law and all of that stuff from his own experience with the legal system, and he explains it right here.
All right, let's play this shit. Oh wait, I don't know if I can play this one. I think this is just a screenshot, to be honest.
Oh, it's just a screenshot. Well, in this video right here, in that video right there that you had up there, he's actually talking about how he's been in jail before and how he used to be a drug dealer. And he built a lot of these different rapport as a drug dealer. And in building those rapport, he's met a lot of police officers. He's met a lot of cops. And in meeting those cops, he says he's not worried about anything that people in the community are going to do, because all he's going to do is just go talk to his cop friends and he'll be off the hook.
Right.
Now, I thought that was pretty bold.
And he knows that, though. He knows that shit. He knows that is, the police are going to protect him. He has the complexion for the protection. And so he knows there's no big issue with this at all. And this is that type of shit that I'm talking about, where white folks, whether they want to fucking say that they're privileged or, not privileged, they know that they have privilege, because that was his privilege speaking. That was his, his privilege telling you, I'm white, bro. I'm safe regardless.
Yeah, I'm beyond punishment. No consequences for me.
Right. I might have been a drug dealer, but I'm not a black drug dealer.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So I can still rehabilitate myself. You black folks can't.
Right. And it's funny that you brought that up, because that's an excellent point. Because when it comes to, quote, rehabilitation, that's all they mean when they talk about rehabilitation, is how once you've been once you have to deal with a consequence of breaking the law, is how you can integrate back into society. They make it virtually impossible for black felons or people who are black misdemeanors to be able to integrate back into society successfully. You can't vote, you can't buy a gun, you don't have any of the same rights. It's a bunch of nonsense. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I'm not even gonna argue with that, and I'm not gonna add nothing because you're absolutely right. So, so she said his neck rolls are upsetting.
Yeah, that's funny as hell. She right
It's
about them
just
neck rolls, man. He got the same neck rolls as Jason Whitlock. They might be cousins because they built the
they
same.
might, yeah, they might be cousins. They just might be cousins. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So that was the one thing I wanted to talk about, but I am actually going to take slightly a slightly separate stance. And I got a couple points to make.
There we go. Did you lose Haps or is that just me?
I think that was just you for a second.
Okay, all right. Yeah,
I
that's
keep
crazy,
on
man.
getting close because they keep on dropping, you know, my my bars.
The
But
bars, yeah. See,
yeah,
like I got a full bar right now, and then it just went to pink. I ain't had no
yeah,
bar.
yeah. So I'll get that every once in a while, but I'm not getting it right now. So I'm going to take a different stance on this a little bit. And my question is to the black folks in that neighborhood: why did it take you so long to actually do anything about this guy? Right? And what was it about the African who was sitting there and he was talking his shit back to the dude, right? That sparked all black folks now wanting to get gully and they want to get up and get hyped all of a sudden.
Right. I totally agree. That's an excellent question.
Like why was it? Oh yeah, when the African dude fucking gets in his face. Why is that? And I'm kind of iffy, and I'm kind of wondering, and this is why I kind of get pissed off every time some anchor baby Africans start talking shit about FBA. You know what I mean? Because for at first, when this all happened, everybody thought it was the African that he was talking shit to. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people thought it was the African that he was talking shit to. You know, and they got up and they jumped up, and FBA folks jumped up and stood up for black folks. But why is it that it took it being an African dude, and why didn't you stand up well before this when it had to do with just y'all? What was the change?
Right. I agree. That's an excellent question. What do you think it was? What do you think was the issue that took somebody else to say, you know what, I'm not taking this anymore? And then, everybody else kind of jumped on it like, well, yeah, we ain't gonna take it anymore either. But y'all took it for years though.
Right. What do I think it was? I
Yeah.
don't know really. I want to know. I want to know where it is. I want to know what it is. Because I think personally, I think black folks saw a black man standing up for himself, and they didn't really give two shits that it was African, and they were like, "Oh yeah, he's standing up for himself. Yeah, we got his back, right?" And I would like to think that shit. But you're telling me that for years this motherfucker just went around and nobody checked his ass at all?
And I guarantee you, and that was wherever that place was, I guarantee you there was crimes that black people were committing against other black people. But I guarantee you that dude wasn't a victim of not one crime of aggression. But he's being aggressive towards the whole community. So you got to ask yourself, like, really?
Why is the whole community just now getting up? Like, what took y'all so long? And
Right.
and and I got a question. My question is this the evidence of the pacification of black men and black women?
I think that there's evidence way before that, but if this is just more evidence. I think that this is more evidence. It's also a little bit of evidence of follow the leader mentality. So if you had that follow the leader mentality, then it's real easy to keep the internal politics deranged because you don't have anybody that's a free thinker. So as you can see, the initial action that caused the chain reaction was they followed behind somebody who was already standing up. They copied what was being done. And if you talk about that copying culture ain't something that we usually do. We're a creative culture. So the copying, I mean, that's just another trickle down effect, in my opinion, of being immersed in the dominant society. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, well, it's I think it's very interesting, but I would really like to hear from somebody in that neighborhood and ask them, well, why did it take so long? I just think it's an interesting question.
Right.
So
Yeah. I think it is an interesting question. I don't think you get an answer if you ask somebody. Honestly, I think they would get
I
upset.
don't either.
They'd be like, "Oh, nigga, what are you talking about?" You know what I'm saying? You ain't from out here, and there would be no answer. Which why can't you just answer the question? What took y'all so long? We just asking a
Right,
question.
right. So I would love an answer, but I don't think I'll ever get one. But I just had to pose it. Why was it? It's like it's just to me, it's really, 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 really weird. You know what I mean? So yeah, if anybody from that neighborhood can hit me up and give me an answer, I would love to.
Smash the like button, drop some comments, and share this out. Let's get some people from Philadelphia in here to find out the truth about why nobody was saying too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be really, really, really appreciated. Like real shit. It really would. All right. So, hey, I got a question. Did you hear about that standoff with the Moors?
Yeah, I heard I heard about the standoff. I found it interesting. I read one half an article. I didn't read the whole thing,
Uh-huh.
but it just sounded like they kind of just got pulled over. It didn't sound like they really were doing anything. They kind of got pulled over on quote suspicion. What's up, Derek? It sounds like they got pulled over on suspicion, and then what ended up getting them in trouble was because they had guns. But the thing is that we're supposed to be able to have guns. It only turns out that it's an issue when certain people like us have guns. So I think that was like the biggest issue. It was more like an intimidation thing where they wanted to make sure that we basically show that if black people have guns, this is what we're going to do. We're going to give you a hard time. Because what
Right.
did they actually do? Because there was one situation that had to do with some like quote Moorish or Moor group where they basically kind of just said we're taking over this lady's house. We
Yep.
actually own this property. But then there was the isolated incident that you're talking about that was quote the standoff on the highway, which I don't really was it really an actual standoff? I thought they were cooperative. I didn't think there was any gunfire or any resisting
It was a
arrest or
nine
anything.
hour. It was a 9 hour standoff, according to the police.
Was it one of those kind of standoffs where, okay, you guys are pulling up on us. Can you tell us why you're giving us a hard time? Can you tell us why you want our IDs? Can you tell us why you want our guns? And they just wouldn't, that kind of back and forth, like the basically we won't submit to the police type standoff, or was there actually like some violence? I don't know too much about it. I read like just a little bit of the article. I didn't get a chance to read all of it, so I'm kind of not familiar with the whole thing.
Right. Um, it says in this article, this is a Vice article, and I find the Vice article a little suspicious. Um, it says 11 armed men who had a 9 hour standoff with Massachusetts State Police on I-95 over a holiday weekend, saying they shouldn't have been arrested because they didn't break any laws by driving through the state with a collection of firearms and tactical gear, which by itself is not against the law. Okay. The
Right.
group is a self-proclaimed militia and political organization called Rise of the Moors, based in Rhode Island. According to police, the group is an offshoot of the Moorish sovereign ideology movement.
So if they were a quote well-organized militia, then they were actually 100% in line and constitutional with the Second Amendment, because the Second Amendment says that gun rights are for well-organized militias.
Right. It's quite literally, right?
Right.
And they and And the Moorish believe, the Moorish, sovereign movement, okay, they believe they have no obligation to obey U.S. law due to the alleged treaty with the nation of Morocco in the aftermath of the American Revolution. Okay. While the group maintains they did nothing wrong possessing weapons as they made their way across the state, they were arrested and charged with several weapons offenses, including unlawful possession. When they appeared in court on Tuesday and Wednesday, 9 of the 11 men pleaded not guilty, with a majority of them opting to represent themselves. They're each being held on $100,000 bail at Billerica House of Corrections in Middle Essex County. Okay, so this is what they're doing. They're going to go be paper terrorists in the court. We'll see how they get off, if they get off. I don't see anything illegal about what they did. Okay.
Yeah, me neither. It's the same thing as that situation. I don't know if you recall, but do you remember that dude who was in Atlanta and his name was Rico Marley?
Mm-hmm.
And he walked into that supermarket and they pulled him aside and arrested him because he walked in. He had all those guns and all that tactical gear. He hadn't done anything, but just because it was around the time when that dude had just shot all them Asian women,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying? He ended up getting in trouble for that.
Right.
They took him in. So again, like the thing is it's kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Like they do this specifically to specific people to try to show of power.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When we talk about who's legally allowed to carry weapons in this country and who's really not supposed to, I think it's pretty clear that black folks are not supposed to.
Right.
You know what I
Right.
mean? Because there's even a video online. You can actually go check it out. Some white boys, they walked down the street with some guns and they were approached peaceably by the police, not guns, not sirens, anything. Some black folks did the same thing, and they came out all armored up, had guns pointed towards them, told them to get on the ground, a whole bunch of other shit. So it's clear that they want to make sure that black folks don't have weapons.
Right.
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 But it's also clear that they want to violate the rights of people, black folks that do have weapons.
Yeah, exactly. They want to do whatever they can to operantly condition you to make sure that, well, yeah, you can use this constitutional right, but what you need to understand is that this constitutional right is not for you, and we're going to do everything that we can to make you utilizing it more difficult.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. And with that being said, I just want to fucking tell everybody in here, if you haven't been vaccinated yet, make sure that you are. You go get vaccinated. And you go get vaccinated, not for any fucking reason in particular, but, because we some niggas and we too dumb, you know what I mean? And we're easily influenced.
Right.
Hold on real quick. And motherfucker, oh wait, y'all can't hear this shit, huh? Y'all
Yeah,
can't hear
it
that
ain't
shit.
It ain't no sound.
Oh, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. Okay.
Can you share the sound from the window share?
Yeah, not from Windows Share. I'll
Okay,
have to. Yeah, I was about to play this shit, bro. Like real shit. It's so funny. It's Juvenile and Manny Fresh doing the motherfucking
Vax that thing up.
Vax that thing up, nigga. Vax that thing up.
Oh man.
You know
They
what I
be
mean?
coming up. They just be doing the most, man.
Here it
They
is. Oh wait. Watch this.
You finna online date chat, find a mate chat, open up the okay ass, okay yeah, profile picture looking tight chat, nice chat, got your bio reading right chat, precise chat, but before you find a date chat, you gotta wait chat, gotta go back to Nate chat, get it straight chat. Girl, you look good, want you vax that thing up. You's a handsome young brother, want you vax that thing up. Dating in real life, you need to vax that thing up. Feeling freaky all night, you need to vax that thing up. Girl, you look good, want you vax that thing up.
Why don't you vax that thing up? Because Juvie and Manny Fresh told you. Okay?
Man, that's crazy, man. You know who they trying to get with that too. Like,
Black folks.
yeah.
Black
You
folks.
know who they trying to get with it. Like, I mean, it should be like some kind of punishment, like flag on the play. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all play
Flag on the play.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, first down, you got to go all the way back, you know what I'm saying, and start at the 20-yard line, like with that nonsense. Come on, man. Like, this is dumb. At this point, like, they don't even try to make it not obvious. Basically, we think you're dumb, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna get some old, late 2000s or late 90s or early 2000s, late 90s hip hop. We're gonna make a tune to it, and this is what we expect of you. Now go ahead, now go get your little dark and bothersome selves vaccinated. You know what I mean? Like, what?
Handle it.
Right. Don't ask if, ask when, ask where. Hurry up. You know what I'm saying? We need you all to line up in a single file line. And if you can't count single file, we'll do it for you. Everybody will have a tag. Like, are you serious?
Right. And that's really what it is, man. It is. It's very interesting. I think it's very interesting. I'm not gonna lie, man. I really do think so. And so, go get that thing vaxxed the fuck up. The Delta variant is out here killing folks. Apparently, I don't know because I don't know.
Did you know that they got a Lambda variant out now? They got a whole fraternity. You know what I'm saying? They got a whole frat house for the damn coronavirus. They got the Lambda version out now. They got Delta Lambda. All they need is Phi and Psi and Kappa. You know what I'm saying?
But that's the whole thing. A lot of people don't get that shit, right? And the fact of the matter is let's just be fucking honest about this shit. The reason why they got so many different variants is because that's the dangerous part of COVID. It's not that COVID is like really all that deadly, right? That's not what it is.
Right.
What's so dangerous about COVID is the mutative ability of COVID.
Yeah, that's big facts. Yep.
And that's why people are that they're making a big deal about this shit. Yeah, it already kills a lot of motherfuckers and shit like that. But what the fuck? But you got to understand that it can turn into a very deadly variant. And so we've already, I think they said we have something like 26 or 27 different variants of the COVID. You know what I mean?
I think so. There was mutations of it before they started actually talking about mutations as much as they're talking about now. Because the reason why they're bringing the mutations up so much now is because they still want to keep the people who are vaccinated, on their toes. Like, oh, we still need to wear masks. We still need to social distance. They're trying to create that divide where, there's some people who are still doing the full COVID protocols, and there's other people who are kind of more a little bit relaxed. And they're like, oh, come on, like, relax, like, let it go. It's not doing that much. You know what I mean?
Right. Absolutely. So I already feel you. How do you spell Lamont?
Lamoist?
Yeah.
I think that's Lamont. I think.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I was like, how does that dummy spell his name?
Oh man, you're looking for the video.
I'm gonna find it.
Okay, yeah. He's got a lot, man. Like, he's got a lot of videos. Like, to everybody that's in here while he's looking for that, I got a question, y'all. Have y'all seen the video that he did? He did a video with Benzino. I don't know if y'all know who Benzino is. And then he did a video with Judge Joe Brown. And I guess, man, Judge Joe Brown just went to hell in on him. And Benzino was all confused. Benzino ain't know what was going on because he basically trapped Benzino into asking him a series of questions to make him appear homophobic regarding the situation around the Lil Nas X performance. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right. And he does this. He did that. He tried to make it seem like Judge Joe Brown was saying something that was completely, outrageous. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so I'm kind of like, I kind of laugh at this guy, but I don't really give a fuck. He talks to certain people that I actually watch and I follow.
Who is that? Mark Lemoyce?
Yeah, Mark
Lem-
Lemoyce Hill. So he interviews a lot of these people, and I like to
yeah.
listen to what people have to say about certain things because he asks them questions on it, right? And I want to see what their answers are. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah. No doubt. Yeah.
And he actually had Arthur Coleman Hughes on just last month,
Yeah. He did. Yeah.
and he was talking about why he opposes reparations. Okay, did you see this video?
Now, this is the one with him and Coleman Cruz, right?
Yeah.
I've seen bits and pieces. I've actually seen videos that were made critiquing this video.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go into those critiques after you say what you got to say about this video, because I already know where you're coming from with this video. If you're watching this content, you already know we pretty much all are on the same accord with how we feel about this.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to hear your individual commentary on it, and then we'll talk about the bigger picture. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, cool. I actually thought this interview was a good interview. I don't really give Mark Lamont Hill too much credit, too often, but I do give him credit when credit is due. And I think this interview actually exposed Coleman, Cruz, and everybody, or Hughes. I don't know what the fuck his name is, if it's Cruz or Hughes, because if it's Cruz, he shouldn't be having this conversation, but I think it's Hughes. And so the thing is he pointed out some things. I think he gave the wrong answer on a few things, but he did expose the fact that all in all, people who oppose reparations that are black really don't have an argument. Okay. Now I got a question. This is about a 15-minute thing. How you want to go about it? Because I don't want to how you want to do this? You want to go through it and just kind of listen till we can't listen no more and then stop it and talk, or how we want to do this shit?
I'll let you run it, bro. You know what I'm saying? You can do that, and if there's places where you want to jump in, I'll save my thoughts. I'll jump in where you jump in. You know what I'm saying? You can handle the pace of it. You know what I'm saying? We can watch the whole video all the way through. We get to people in the audience involved. We want you guys to tell us what you guys think about this as well in the comments. We'll post the comments up on the screen. Do this thing together. You know,
All right, let's do it like that. So if you got something, just let me know and we will mute it. Again, this is Mark Lamont Hill. Again, this is fair use. This is definitely fair use. So again, don't ban my shit. Fair use, motherfucker. Fair use. All right, let's watch this interview.
Welcome back to Black News Tonight. More than 40 years in the making, the slavery reparations bill, known as H.R. 40, is making its way to the House floor. But the historic measure faces an uphill battle in the gridlocked Senate. The disagreement within the Black community regarding reparations crystallized on Juneteenth, 2019, when a House Judiciary Subcommittee held a hearing on the bill. The voice leading the charge against reparations on that day was Coleman Hughes, as he called the bill a moral and political mistake.
Black people don't need another apology. We need safer neighborhoods and better schools. We need a less punitive criminal justice system. We need affordable health care. And none of these things can be achieved through reparations for slavery. And the obligation of citizenship is not transactional. It's not contingent on ancestry. It never expires, and it can't be paid off. For all these reasons, Bill H.R. 40 is a moral and political mistake. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna stop there.
Right off the rip, there's issues.
Yeah, right off the rip. if you don't notice, he actually contradicted his answer and he doesn't even realize it. And he's going to do the same thing during this video. So I want you guys to look out for this. I want y'all to pay attention to the things that he says and listen to his argument, okay? Because Mark Lamont Hill did not pounce on this. This is an easy pouncer. This is something that I can just, you know what I mean? So I want you to listen to what the fuck he did it. And this is why Mark Lamoist Teal is absolutely moist as shit. Because he does not jump on things when he knows he can. Because he's trying to be polite. And that's just shitty reporting, okay? Reporting is not about being polite. Reporting is about exposing, okay? So it is what it is. All right, so let's listen to it. Pay attention to this. I'm going to try to not to interrupt as much as possible.
Joining me now is Coleman Hughes. He's the host of Conversations with Coleman. It's a podcast that he hosts. Coleman, thank you so much for joining me. Let's get started right away with this question of opposing the idea of reparations. You talk about it as a moral mistake as well as a political mistake. What's the moral mistake here?
The moral mistake is that obviously when the victims of a historical crime are still alive, there is a moral obligation of the perpetrators to pay reparations. When we're talking about, so for instance, it would be a morally necessary, in my opinion, as I said at the hearing, to pay reparations for Jim Crow to survivors of the Jim Crow system. Now, on the other hand, when you're talking about the median Black American being around 35 years old or so, born in the 80s, is there a moral obligation to take money from one group of people and give it to that person for a crime that happened 200 years ago? That's a very different situation, and one in which you have to consider whether it's politically wise to do that, whether it actually serves the interests of the community that is suffering from many different problems in the present that need to be solved. To frame that solution as reparations, saying essentially blaming a group of people that don't feel connected to the crime because it was so long ago, right? So that's what I mean by a moral and political mistake.
All right. Now I'm going to let
Can I just say something real quick?
Go ahead. Yeah, please do.
I'm connected to the crime by my last name. Okay, I'm done.
So, the fact of the matter is, he's already in a very wrong place. Okay? He's very much in a wrong place. And I want you guys to see how Mark Lamont Hill responds to this and what he says. Okay? So pay attention, because I'm going to give you a response because he's a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? He's a fucking real big idiot. All right? Watch what he says.
So there's a few leaps there that I want to unpack with you for a minute. So you start by saying that it would be a morally proper thing to do if the victims of a crime were still alive. And then when we get to these people born in the 1980s, you're saying, well, if the redress comes through them, if we give it to their great-great-great-grandchildren, it produces a political sort of challenge and crisis for the community, if I understand you correctly. And it may not be the proper way to address the needs of the broader community. Understood. I hear that argument. That still doesn't address why it would be not moral to do so, right? If for example, there were a person who was enslaved and slavery ends and they have a child, just one generation, just a child who was denied access to housing, healthcare, and in general American prosperity because their parent was a slave, an enslaved African. Would you, just in that example, would you say that it would be improper to give reparations to them?
Yeah, so that I think in that case, probably it would be proper. And obviously it's a case by case basis, but the closer you are to the crime, the more plausible and morally required it is to give somebody reparations. And you always have to take into account the other side of the equation here, right? If my grandfather does something if your grandfather did something horrible to my grandfather, I couldn't necessarily come to you and expect you to pay me directly, right? That would be immoral. So obviously, the closer you are to the crime, you're exactly right. The more necessary, the more morally required it is, and it's a damn shame that reparations were not paid to recently freed slaves and their children. Unfortunately.
All right, so you hear his answer. You hear what his argument basically is, right? He's saying that we're too far away from that time period in order to, really deserve reparations. And here's the problem. He also said that this is not a solution to the problems that we have in the black community, right? Then he said that he tried to use the example of, well, if my grandfather hurt your grandfather, I couldn't then come to you and force you to pay me because of what you did, my grandfather, what your grandfather did to my grandfather. That would be immoral. And in that example, yes, he would be right. Okay? Because that's an individual situation. Okay? All right, then I got you, Rob. Right? So that would be an individual system, right? But what he's leaving out is that this was quite literally a whole system. It wasn't just one person against one person. And it wasn't just a few individuals doing this to a whole lot of it. Was quite literally state sanctioned, government sanctioned, and federally sanctioned. It was done by a whole group of a whole bunch of motherfuckers. Then another argument that he makes was, well, you can't blame just one group for what happened to these people. Well, actually, I can. Because the fact of the matter is, it was one group that did it primarily. Okay? So he's basically saying you can't blame slavery on white people, because it was so long ago. You understand? So the immoral act of not paying the reparations is forgiven because too much time went by. Right. Too much time has gone by. And this is the bullshit argument. And you're going to see that this is exposed in a minute. All right. So let's keep on going.
Fortunately, it is a different situation we're dealing with today. And you can't, it's not that just because reparations were due and never paid for a historical crime does not necessarily mean that the great great grandchildren, say, can demand of the great great grandchildren of the perpetrators.
But why not? If I go into debt, the government can go after my children to collect that debt. And they can go after my grandchildren to collect that debt. And they can go to my great grandchildren to also collect that debt. If business can, if the government can, why can't we? You see, it again, he's making excuses why black people are not good enough to receive reparations. And you'll notice this in just a second. Pay attention.
That you pay me now. It's tragic, but a multiracial society with a history like we do cannot survive if the principle we're gonna abide by is we're not only solving our crimes, but we're trying to solve all of the crimes of history and litigate the oppression that has gone on in this country in the present.
And we are trying to litigate it. What we're trying to do is we're trying to make it right. So everybody feels like they weren't shitted on when they were actually shitted on. Like the native indigenous people, how they get land and money and land grants and money grants for free, strictly because of what was done to their ancestors many years ago. We still do it for them. We still pay survivors of the Holocaust who had nothing to do with the Holocaust, and we still pay them, and we had nothing to do with it. We paid the Chinese, right, or the Japanese that were in internment camps, $28,000 a person, almost 50 years after all that happened. Most of those people were dead. The fact of the matter is, just because more time has passed doesn't mean that we're actually more worthy of that money, because we've been consistently told that we don't deserve that money over and over and over and over and over again. And now that we're finally having that conversation, because white folks are being forced to actually stand up and take responsibility for their racism, we can actually have that conversation right now without getting kicked out of court or without being hung up on a tree, without being called all sorts of niggers and a whole bunch of other shit. We have that ability to actually get some sort of punitive justice. Now, again, we're not trying to this is not a solver, or nor does this make up for the things that were done. This is money that is owed to us based upon the free labor that they got, the economic systems that were built, and the millions that people made off of our hard work. So this is owed. Not only that, we're getting money also for the crimes against humanity. Let me make sure y'all understand this very clear. Crimes like torture, murder, terrorism, these are crimes that do not have an expiration date. Until that person is caught, those crimes are still on the books. It's not like theft, where they'll just disappear after 7 years or 10 years. You see what I'm saying? Murder is something that stays on the book, and until they find the murderer or until they're clearly dead, that's not going to end. You understand? So crimes against humanity, torture, forced labor, murder, okay? These things are not things that have any kind of date in which, okay, well, it's old now, that's it. These are crimes that last forever. And then the very last point is, if the money was owed to somebody, and let's say, right, they're still cashing in on us, absolutely. So the thing is if money is owed, right, to a business, what do they get to do? They get to charge an interest on that money until they receive repayment of said money. So not only are they due the money that's owed, but they're also allowed to actually put interest on it to get more money, right? Because of the amount of time that you were forced to wait in order to receive your money. Again, the same is true for us as Black folks. We are owed the money at interest because of how long it took for us to get justice, and because of how money has changed. So we are owed more money regardless. So his arguments are null and void.
Things. One, the reason I was making that point about the one generation is because then you're not actually rejecting the idea of paying future generations as such. You're simply saying we have to, it's about the level of proximity to the harm that was done. What reparations advocates have been doing since the end of slavery is demonstrating the proximity of the harm. That means that whether it's 1865 or 1965 or 2020, there is considerable empirical data to show that slavery, the cost of slavery, the price of slavery, the impact of slavery continues to be felt by Black people. And so while there may be a greater generational gap in terms of education, housing, healthcare, et cetera, we still see a considerable relationship between the harm and the violence of slavery and the impact it's had on multiple generations. And then the second thing you say, and I want you to respond to both of these, I want to give you space to respond to both of these, is this idea that we are somehow going to the grandchildren of people who were harmed and saying we're going to take care of it by going to the grandchildren of people who did the harm. That frames this as that frames reparations as this idea of going to white people and asking them to give money to Black people. The idea of reparations is not that. That's not the claim made by anybody who's advocating for reparations. That's not the demand, that's not the request, and that's not the analysis that's being offered. The idea here is that the institutions that were created out of slavery, whether it's the insurance industry, whether it's the banking industry, whether it's certain railroad companies, or whether it is many universities. All of these things were born out of the institution and the violence and the crisis of slavery. And those institutions continue to live, they continue to thrive, and they continue to reproduce inequality. And so the idea here is not to go hat in hand to random white people and give their money to random black people. It's to analyze a system that has given power and privilege to those institutions, and also that has created a gap in opportunity between black folk and white folk. And the demand and the ask that's being made is of the institution. It's of the very government which was built on the exploited labor of enslaved African people. And so I would reject the characterization of reparations as you do, and rather see this as a way of, as we quite literally analyze it as, repairing the damage that was done. That's the idea here.
Okay, so two points to respond to there. The first is the idea that, yes, slavery was technically long ago in terms of years, but the harm has persisted, and that can be shown in empirical data. So I think it's a lot more complicated than that. And listen, I know this is not a popular opinion, but my ancestors were slaves in this country, as most black peoples were. And I think there's a degree to which people born today are appropriating the struggles of our ancestors. And if you think about it, consider, for instance, hypothetically, a Jewish person born in the 90s. To what extent does the Holocaust impact him? If he's going to go around and say that he's struggling because of the Holocaust, I think a lot of people would be very skeptical of that. They would.
Yeah, but they do. They do that.
You know what? Can I say something about this real quick?
Yes, please.
All right, cool. So first and foremost, let's actually do the most recent point that he talked about. There was actually a video. I'm not sure what it was on. I think it might have been Good Morning America or one of those shows. I think it might have been Morning Joy with Joy Reid, you know, that idiot, where there was a woman who was indeed a Holocaust survivor. And one of the things that she talked about was how reparations that she received for being a Holocaust survivor actually made it possible for her to be able to be prosperous with all of the disparities facing her because of her family's, you know, issues that they had, you know, with their involvement in the Holocaust. So that's point number one. And ironically, that woman actually ended up getting yanked off of the TV when she was making that point. Now, part two is, if we want to talk about, quote, Holocaust survivors, that is a good question. And I think what Coleman Hughes should do is, instead of asking Mark Lamont Hill that, he should ask Barack Obama what was the point of giving out $12 million or $12 billion for that cause while Obama was president, because that happened.
Right.
And Coleman Cruz wasn't there to, say anything about that. Now, the third thing is, there's a concept that's called the time value of money. And I got a question, for everybody in the comments, you too, Izzy, if you're familiar with what the time value of money is.
Yeah, I have a good concept of it. I probably wouldn't know it like word for word, the exact definition, but I have a good concept of what it is. But explain it to everybody that comes in.
It's all good. I got the it's just two real quick points.
Go ahead, handle it.
I got it here in the screen share. So if you guys can see down here in this corner right here, this is time value of money. You want to bring it up?
Yeah, let's bring that up for a second.
All right, cool. All right, so that's it right there. That's the time value of money.
There it is.
And the time value of money is the widely accepted. So let's start here. This is widely accepted conjecture that there is greater benefit to receiving a sum of money now than an incidental sum later. So the now for us would be when that money was never received, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that would have been back in the colonial times. And if we want to take away all of the colonial times, because we can say, oh, well, that wasn't the United States. Okay, cool. So we'll talk about when the United States was officially formulated. Independence Day, July 4th, 1776. So T-1 for our time value of money would be on July 4th of 1776. Now it says Time value of money is the widely accepted conjecture that there is greater benefit to receiving a sum of money now rather than an identical sum later. So even if we were to get reparations that our intergenerational ancestors was never given, whatever we were given now, there would still be a greater amount that was owed, because the value of it now is not going to be the same. It's going to always consistently be less. It may be seen as an implicated or an implication of later developed concept of time preference. The time value of money is among factors considered when weighing the opportunity cost of spending rather than saving or investing money, such as it is among reasons why interest is paid or earned. Interest, whether it is on a bank deposit or debt, compensates the debtor or lender for their loss or use of their money. So for none of our ancestors being paid for their labor, was there a loss or ability to not use money?
Yes.
So we would have to apply the widely accepted time value of money principles to reparations. And then there's another one. The other one that I wanted to show you real quick was one called net present value, and net present value also falls under time value of money. And we just look at this real quick. In finance, the net present value or net present worth applies to a series of cash flows occurring at different times. So these are compensations and standardizations that are made to compensate for time when you get money, because money operates on a different timeline. You know what I'm saying? The present value of cash depends on the internal or on the interval of time between now and the cash flow. It also depends on the discount rate. Net present value accounts for the time value of money. It provides a method for evaluating and comparing capital projects or financial productions with cash flows spread over time, as in loans, investments, and payouts from insurance contracts, plus many other applications. Time value of money dictates that time affects the value of cash flows. For example, a lender may offer 99 cents for the promise of receiving $1 a month from now, but the promise to receive that same dollar in 20 years in the future would be worth much less today to that same person, even if the payback in both cases was equally certain. All right. So right there, just based on the net present value principles, I think we lost your mic, bro.
I muted.
Oh,
I
okay.
muted myself.
My bad. Just based on the net present value principles, that in itself justifies reparation, period. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how anybody, you know.
No,
But that's what,
absolutely. And that's the thing, that's the point of what Mark Lamont Hill is going towards, but he's not gonna stamp him on this shit. You know what I mean? So let's continue, right? And let's listen to the comeback that he gives, because I want you to listen, because ultimately what he's gonna, without saying, he's gonna say that we need these things and these are solutions. But in order for you to have these things and get these things that he says that we need in order to make our communities and make our situation better, it takes one thing. And what is that one thing? That's the one thing that he does not think that we deserve.
right.
See? So he's contradicting himself and he doesn't even know it.
Well, he's playing right by the playbook. He's taking both sides of the argument, which we all know that that's what part of the playbook is.
Right. Absolutely. So let's listen to the rest of this and let's get done, because we're almost done, actually.
Say maybe your parents, maybe your grandparents, but there's a certain amount of removal from in years from the crime that makes those kinds of claims less plausible. And that's just my opinion. I understand that that's controversial, but I don't see how it's not true.
Okay, it's not true because the fact of the matter is he just explained it. They have shown the implications of what slavery did to black folks and continue to do to black folks. That makes it plausible. And
Right.
he chooses not to listen and not to pay attention to these things, because what he's doing is this. And this makes it easier for him to deny these points. He's saying, well, we were freed in 1865, and that was 100 and some odd years ago. And so because it was 100 and some odd years ago, that's way too long ago. Ignoring the fact that we had pig law, black code, Jim Crow all the way until 1968. We still had major discrimination from 1968 to about 1982. Major discrimination. And we still have discrimination going on all the way to today. So he's not taking into account the whole conversation. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. And another thing, my question, if I was Mark Lemoist Hill, but I'm not Lemoist, but if I was, you know what I'm saying, then I would ask him, so you need to explain to me how it doesn't affect black people today. You need to disprove epigenetics. You need to disprove the racial wealth gap. How does any of this not affect us today? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
My
absolutely.
man TD Hip Hop Media is in the building. What's up, bro?
What up with it? So let's get it. Let's finish this up real quick.
And then on the second point.
Okay, can I pause you on the first one just for clarity, and then I'll give you space to answer the second one. On the first one, as a matter of fact, let's do this. Let's pause and take a commercial. The thing I had planned to do next, I'm not going to do. This is also for my producers. I'm going to come back and we're going to talk about those 2 points you just made. All right, everybody, stay with me. We got much more coming up. Coleman Hughes here on Black News Tonight. Welcome back to Black News Tonight. I'm continuing my conversation with Coleman Hughes. We're talking about reparations and whether they are both morally necessary, and hopefully in this last bit, we'll talk a little bit about whether they're politically viable. This idea, though, that black people are far enough away from the damage of it that it's no longer a reasonable complaint or reasonable critique of the system to say that that slavery or the impact of slavery it still lingers today. Again, that is contradicted by the facts on the ground. There is a direct relationship between mass incarceration. If we look at the pattern from the end of slavery to the liberation, the emancipation of slaves, to the creation of black codes, to the creation of the convict lease system, to the creation of the modern prison industrial complex, to the creation of laws to fortify and fill the prisons, we see direct correlations, just as one example, between slavery and mass incarceration. And that has turned into a systemic problem. When you look at things like that, it seems hard to say that there's no connection between the slavery and what we're dealing with today. But I guess my question for you is, if you knew, if we could empirically determine and persuade you that reparations, if I could persuade you that slavery had a direct impact on the lives of black people today and the prosperity chances of black people today, would you then be pro reparations?
That's a good question. So I think obviously the past influences the present in all kinds of complicated ways. I'm not denying that that's true. What I am saying is that when you look at the specifics, usually slavery gets blamed for things that often had nothing to do with slavery. So you mentioned mass incarceration.
All right, now, real quick, I'm going to stop real quick because I'm going to tell you right now what he's about to say is a lie, and I'm going to show you when he's done.
I would have to disagree. I mean, mass incarceration was a phenomenon that started in the late 70s. Before the late 70s, there was no mass incarceration.
Okay, that was his answer to this, and I want y'all to understand something. That's a lie. And I've disproven this. I've disproven this many times over. Many times over. And I'm going to tell you something. In 1864, 95% of the people that were in jail were white. 1865 and 1866, 95% of all people locked up were black.
Right.
Okay? And that number stayed consistent throughout fucking the time until right around 1970. And what happened is there was a push in the late 60s due to the Civil Rights Act. They wanted to have more leverage to put more people in prison. And they opened up the floodgates. And right around 1971, you saw it. Now, he said that wasn't directly impacted by slavery. And I'm going to say again, wrong again. Because after slavery, they implemented a serious issue of the white supremacist system, which was big law, black code, and Jim Crow. Okay? And during this time, instead of putting a lot of black folks in jail, they just killed them. Wait a minute. Let me say that again. Instead of putting serious crime people in jail, they just killed them because they would lynch them. Black man get accused of killing some little white kids, he's dead before they ever get him to prison. Black man accused of fucking raping a white woman, he's dead before they even get to trial. You understand? There was none. It wasn't until they were not allowed to just go around and randomly kill black folks by federal law that this ideal of mass incarceration picked up steam. You see, they were able to keep black folks in line by terror tactics. And this goes back to my original statement saying these are crimes against humanity. Because they were torturous. They killed people. They tortured people. They beat people. They did a whole bunch of crazy ass shit. So we do see a direct correlation with both of these situations. On top of that, we know for a fact that slave patrols is literally the grandfather of the police.
Right.
And the way that they police people is to keep black folks in jail. Again, he has no concept of history and does not understand what the fuck he's talking about. And it's easier for him to accept it. And he's going to make a point because he said, yeah, I don't think I would still, even if you can prove it to me, I wouldn't be for reparations.
Right. So then you got to ask yourself, why? Why are you not for them? How does that make any sense? You know what I mean? Why are you even in this discussion? You feel what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. So, you know what I mean? So let's make sure exactly. My guy, what is that? I can't even see his name, but that is the correct answer. Vagrancy laws, etc. They were no reason to imprison us during slavery because we were already imprisoned under slavery. Absolutely. Again, people don't understand. Vagrancy laws, quite literally, is built from white people not seeing black people just stand around. And they were just standing around because they couldn't get any jobs. See how this works? This is the correlation. White people were forced to let them out of slavery, blackballed them from employment, forced them to live in abject poverty, where all they could do was stand around. So then what they did was they created loitering and vagrancy acts in order to put these same people in jail, use the convict leasing system in order to put them right back on the plantations that they just got free from.
Right. Make it make sense. How do you not understand? How do people not understand all of that? You know what I mean?
Right. After slavery, black people lost over 250 different fucking job. They lost the ability to be in over 250 different fucking businesses, from agriculture all the way to fucking horse racing.
Yep. Despite the fact that we was the original jockeys.
Right. Again, a lot of people don't know that. The first 20 winners of the motherfucking Kentucky Derby, all the jockeys were black jockeys. Literally. And after fucking the slavery and Jim Crow, Black Code, and all that, black jockeys were not allowed to train horses. They were not allowed to ride horses, and they weren't allowed to work on the farms unless it was for super cheap and they were getting ripped off. That's facts. All right, let's finish this up.
And it happened for complicated reasons relating to, bad incentives on the part of prosecutors.
No, it happened because white people wanted to fucking put people, black people primarily, in jail in order to bank money for the convict leasing system to get them motherfuckers back on the goddamn plantation working their ass off for no money.
Which
Liar.
the convict leasing system is a predecessor to the guy in your chat was saying, the prison industrial complex and the school to prison pipeline.
Right. And that's facts. That's facts. Let's not play this. So right now what he's doing is either A, he's too dumb and he don't know about this shit, or B, and I don't think it's A, he's being disingenuous and he's ignoring all of these facts. Let's continue.
Oh, absolutely. He's ignoring. I would definitely have to say what was ignoring? B? That would be B.
Yeah, B. That was B. That's it. So, it is what it is.
There's tough on crime laws. There's a lot of people still alive today that are to blame for mass incarceration. We can't just blame the legacy of slavery. There are people to be held accountable. And I do think this is one way in which the simplistic sort of blaming everything on slavery in a weird way actually lets a lot of politicians that are doing bad things right now off of the hook.
And that's absolute bullshit. The whole time that Joe Biden was running for president, black folks that understood history called Joe Biden out for his 1994 crime bill. And that's who he is inching to talk about. He's talking about the mandatory minimums that happened right before Biden, and then he's talking about Biden with the 94 crime bill. Okay? And the fact of the matter is this, okay? Nobody let him off. Nobody has let him off. And again, this is more just abstract bullshit that he's just taking out of his ass. You see what I'm saying? So This is all bullshit.
So that's just one example to give here. And then to your second question of, if you could persuade me that there is, I think there's no doubt that slavery has had some impact. It's really hard to say how much, and everyone's individual family story of coming out of slavery into the present is unique, and how different families dealt with it. It's very hard to paint with a broad brush about the extent to which any given person's life trajectory in the present was influenced by slavery. That's a very complicated question.
Well, actually, it's not. Actually, it's really not.
I got a question. If we can't say how much, then how can we say how little?
Right. That's a great question. That's a good question. Great point, bro.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. If you can't say how much, you can't say how little either, which that's what he's doing.
Exactly. He can minimalize it, but he's saying that his minimalization is correct, but anybody else's perception of it is absolutely incorrect unless it's at maximum his minimum. That's ridiculous.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense.
Right. And it doesn't make any sense. You see what I'm saying? And the thing is when he says that, well, we can't really, everybody was individuals and they all came out. But we can. Okay? Here's the thing. Had people left Rosewood alone, Slocum, Texas alone, Tulsa, Oklahoma alone, Durham, North Carolina alone, had they left Wilmington, North Carolina alone, had they left motherfucking, Oscarville alone, Seneca Village alone, had they left all these motherfucking places alone, okay, and not absolutely destroy the economic system there, I think we can actually figure out, how much was lost. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Because if you had the money, if you had the ability, if we all came out of slavery and black folks was automatically allowed into into all colleges, they were allowed to get as many jobs as they wanted to, and they were able to fucking get the jobs that they wanted to. Black folks would be doing 100 times better than we are doing right now. That's just facts. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Absolutely. There was definitely stagnation. There was stagnation with the education system. There was stagnation with the financial system. There was stagnation with integrating into the economy through employment. There's so many different kinds of stagnation that was put in place specifically by the United States government as a blockade for any kind of progress that Black people could possibly make. It's amazing to me why this dude even has anyone listen to him make any arguments, because any arguments that he will make are just, I mean, they're just futile. They're easily debunkable.
But these are the arguments that white folks have. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Well, see, the problem is that if we're going to actually, if we're going to talk about this the way that, we need to talk about it, white people don't have any arguments for this. Nobody has an argument for this. There's what's correct versus what's not correct. The thing is that when it comes to having an interaction with white people, they're going to automatically downplay it. And the thing is that they know that they have enough resources and power and authority in the current society that we live in to make it basically like, well, when I'm done entertaining, listen to you whine, what I say at the end is basically it, because at the end of the day, it's you asking me and me saying no. So I can just say whatever. And at the end of the day, the answer is still no. That's why, in my opinion, asking is futile. You know what I'm saying? The only way that we'll ever go ahead.
No, you're right. I was waiting for you to finish because you're right. The only way we're going to get it is if we take it. You know,
we take it
and demand it. We have to demand it, and we're not asking for it no more. See, and that's the thing. I 100% get you. The thing is, though, is I think at the end of the day, you can't sit around here. And again, when I say it's an argument, I'm not saying it's a valid argument, and I'm not saying it's a legitimate argument or a good argument. What I'm saying is it's just the arguments that white folks tend to use. And this kind of coonery and buffoonery is the kind of shit that is absolutely detrimental and has always been detrimental to the Black community.
See, this is the problem. See, this is the problem. We never, white people going back and forth with white people is never our biggest opposition when it comes to dealing with reparations. We have to get through idiots like this guy. We have to get through idiots like Larry Elder. We have to get through, people like that. You know what I mean? Herschel Walker, or, you know what I'm saying? Like the Candace Owens, or, what was that other lady's name that used to be with Fox? Stacey Dash. You know what I mean? We have to deal with those kind of people. And because they put those people as a roadblock in front of us, they use those people as a vehicle to be able to spew their racist vitriol without any consequence, because they have it coming out of a black face. And because it's coming out of a black face, and because we don't have any competing propaganda machines, we don't have any way to signal boost our message the way that they do. If we actually had brick and mortar media, if we actually had our own businesses, I mean, we could find somebody, you know what I mean? Like, and that's a white person, and we could do counter propaganda the same way. And then we could just put that white person all over everything and say, see, look, this dude is related to John Brown. He says it. Same thing that they do with Candace Owens. But the problem is that we don't have that. So until we have that, and we can hit them with that counter propaganda equally and more intense, you know what I mean? And you have to do it strategic. Like, the Black TikTokers are getting off of TikTok because they're upset that TikTok filters them out through the algorithm. Okay, imagine if we owned our own TikTok, and we'd be able to put that kind of counter propaganda against these coons that get in front of the camera and do what they do on TikTok, where we're getting into the heads of the younger generation. So by the time those people grow up, they'll automatically understand completely the reason why we have these issues with reparations, and we've already dealt with that younger generation. So they're going to listen to something like this and be like, we can't listen to this person. We need to listen to where it really comes from. The real source of where it comes from is like, this grassroots Black news network, you know what I'm saying? Or this Black grassroots social media app, or this Black grassroots college, you know what I'm saying? But we don't have no means of firing any counter propaganda to weaken any of this nonsense that comes directly from other Black people or other Black imposters, you know what I'm saying?
Right, because, and the fact is because any kind of motherfucking media presence that we do have is kind of loyal to the Democratic plantation.
Because they're the ones providing the voice. Because we don't have, if we had our own FCC frequency, or if we had some kind of, blockchain or something like that, where we were completely in control of the message. The reason why they have to deal with the Democrats is because the Democrats say, hey, here, listen, black people, I'll give you some, I'll give you some money, I'll give you a little paycheck, but whatever. At the end of the day, what you need to do is you need to always make sure that you follow these talking points. And if you get off these talking points, then you're gone. It's literally the same thing as the model anywhere else. It's no different than Republicans. It's no different than anything. The problem is that they have the actual resource. They have the property, the plant, and the equipment, so they can control how those resources are used. And the Democrats hire black people and control how they use those resources.
Right. No, absolutely. So let's finish this up. The next point he makes, I'm gonna smack the shit out this. I got a grand slam waiting right now. Watch.
But that's why we're offering systemic analysis, right? That's what we're saying. It's not about the individual case. It's saying that there are structural factors and structural determinants here, that the reality of black folk writ large is affected by this. But just to be clear, and for time's sake, if I'm understanding you correctly, there actually is no amount of correlation that you would find persuasive enough to support reparations. It's not as if you knew that black people's lives were directly impacted by this, you still would say no to reparations. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I would, because even if you admit slavery is the root source of the problem, that doesn't imply necessarily that reparations is going to solve those problems. That's actually a fallacy.
Okay, and you see what he said. So there's no way to convince this guy that reparations, right, would ever be a viable fucking way to make it a little bit better or fix some of the problems. So you've already heard him say, it yourself. Now watch when he gets pushed on this a little bit. I want y'all to pay attention because it's very interesting.
So for example, if reparations were paid today, tomorrow we would still be living in a country, I would argue, that has, unsafe neighborhoods, dysfunctional public schools, poor healthcare. All the problems related to poverty would still exist. And we would be left saying, well, whether they were caused by slavery or not, let's be solution oriented. What does it mean to be problem solvers here, right? Rather than to be stuck in the past in this quixotic quest to have some kind of moral absolution, right? Some closure that is, in my view, not practical, not in the cards, and not going to do anything to solve the kinds of issues people are waking up with every day.
And again, what was he saying? He said that we have poverty. That was one of our problems, right? We have violence, our neighborhoods, right? How do you fix these problems?
You have to fix them with economics, finance, employment, all of the things that you would be able to do on your own if you were actually paid back the money that you never made from all of your labor in building this economy that we currently enjoy.
Right. If you want, how do you get health insurance? You pay for health insurance. That takes money. How do you move to a better neighborhood so you can get out of abject poverty? You have to have the money. What do you do if you want to fucking get fucking a better school and better funding for the schools that you go to? You have to own property in the neighborhood that you live in order for them to put that fucking home tax back into the school tax fund. You see what I'm saying? So again, right. All of the things that you need in order to fix the problems that we're having in the black community take one thing. Right. And the most important thing is money.
Right.
So again, he's defeating his own argument. Real quick, let me finish paying this. You want to add something real quick, Rob?
No, I just wanted to say, Shatira wrote down here, who are his people? But the thing that's funny about it is, like, man, it's true though. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing is that you have to ask, this is a dude that's half Puerto Rican and he's half black. You know what I'm saying? And I never made this mystery. You know what I'm saying? Like I have Latino in my family as well. But my question is, like, I've never had any identification or, you know what I mean? Like any kind of like bonding with, you know what I'm saying, like the whole Latino thing or anything like that. I don't speak Spanish. My mom didn't speak Spanish. I've always just identified as Black. What I find interesting is that these people, how you have to ask yourself, how disingenuous is the media who takes someone who just, okay, I'm going to wake up today, and because there's more political opportunity in being Black, I'm going to just decide to be Black today.
Mm-hmm.
What if there was somebody who was mixed, you know what I mean? And all of a sudden they just said, you know what? I'm just going to decide to be white. So then they just went around on every opportunity that they get, just going around trashing white people. Would that be credible? How would that be allowed? Do you think that all of these mainstream media outlets would put that person all over the camera?
No.
It's this, you know what I mean? So how does that work? That's an underlying level of racism for the public to even legitimize something like what somebody like him would be saying, or something like what somebody like Candace Owens would be saying. You know what I mean?
Because Candace Owens is a Caribbean anchor baby. He's a mixed race dude who considers he's not straight Black.
He only said that he made a statement. He came out with a statement and said that he starts to identify and start speaking on Black issues because it's more politically advantageous. If you look hard enough, you can find the clip of where he actually said that. But he said that. So you have to ask yourself the question, if you've never grown up like in the Black community, if you've never like identified, you know what I mean, with like being Black, if you've never just, you know, it's kind of like nowadays in this society where we quote choose our gender. All right, well, if you're multicultural or whatever, you kind of just identify a certain way. There's some people that are suburban, they might have a Black parent or whatever, but you know, they kind of don't identify as like, you know what I mean, like what we would consider just somebody who's just Black. You know what I mean? Like I've always just been somebody who's just I'm just Black. You know what I mean? Like I don't go this route that like somebody like him will go. You know what I mean? So you got to ask yourself, as the media, how is that legitimate feedback, or how is that, quote, a legitimate community voice? And then you have to ask, why does the public gaslight this dude?
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Facts, absolutely. And the thing is, you know, I don't like to say this shit, you know, about brothers, but this dude should not be speaking for Black folks at all.
I agree.
At all. So let's finish this up, because this next point is really it should irk everybody in this room, because he's going to say something that is blatantly false.
So there's a few things. I mean, it sounds like you're saying that reparations wouldn't stop or wouldn't fix many of the other problems we have in society. That seems like
not exactly.
an odd argument.
Yes. Well,
I hear you.
It wouldn't even fix the problem that it's alleged to fix, which is to sort of heal America's soul on the issue.
And here's the problem. Reparations isn't to heal the nation's soul. Reparations is to pay back people that it owes. Ain't got nothing to do with anybody's soul.
Right. If they had a soul, we wouldn't be in this place to begin with in the first place.
Right. If they had a soul, we wouldn't be in this situation in the first place. If they had a soul, they would have paid back the reparations a long time ago. If they had a soul, they would have known that they had a moral obligation not to enslave people. But they never had a soul. So the fact of the matter is, we are not the object soul of America. We are owed. Okay?
Right.
This isn't about healing. This isn't about helping white people ease their guilt or ease their conscience for the shit that they did years ago. This is to get paid back for what you took away.
Right. And see, like, I agree. We got to ask that question, like what Constance is saying. Who's putting him out here to speak? Like, who's doing that? Who's the one that's getting this guy out here? You got to ask yourself the question, why is it that this guy is in front of more cameras than somebody like Dr. Claude Anderson? Or Ice Cube, or Tariq Nasheed, or somebody like that. You know what I mean?
It's because he pushes the narrative that white folks want to push. That's why.
And when they own the infrastructure and we don't have our own infrastructure to be able to push people who we want to be saying these kind of things and who we want to be challenging the narratives and be pushing our political points, we can't do it, because part of part of the conditions are, well, you know, you can talk about certain things. I don't know. Do you know about the history of this channel? The video that you're playing is from what's called the Black News Channel, the BNC. Do you know like the history behind that channel? Like, do you know that it is owned by a Pakistani businessman? You know what I'm saying?
I heard about that. I heard.
Yeah. Like this isn't even a black channel, and it's owned by some LGBTQ initiative. Now, again, I don't have no problem with the LGBTQ community. However, when it comes to politics, there tends to be a little bit of weirdness there because people who are LGBTQ tend to do the same thing that you see a Mark Lamont Hill doing. All of these minorities that the government decides to identify seem to do the same thing that you see Coleman Cruz here doing. It's like they try to build their platform off of who can stomp the biggest hole in black people. You know what I mean? And it's like, just deal with your issues and leave us the hell alone. You never see anybody advocating against anything else. The United States was in full support of AAPI people getting a hate crime bill because of the.
Don't go there yet. Don't go there yet. Don't go there yet.
I'm muting my mic.
Don't go
I'm
there
muting my mic.
Not yet. We're gonna go there right now.
There it
Give
is.
it 2 seconds. Hold on. Let's play because I want to get there. You're right. Absolutely.
Issue of slavery. I don't even think it would do that, let alone solve any of the
But
problems.
that's not what's alleged.
People are actually.
But hold on. That's fair. But Coleman, that's not what's being argued here, right? The reparations movement is not saying give black people reparations to heal America's soul. I'm not particularly interested in America's soul. I'm interested in my pockets. I'm interested in my community. I'm interested in creating the capacity for black wealth, for black institutions. And so this isn't some abstract moral project for America or fight for America's soul. I would argue America ain't got one. The real issue here is, will this be a proper form of redress? If you take my money and I ask for it back, and you say, well, I would give your money back, but you're just going to spend it poorly anyway. You're still going to be broke after I give it back. That's not a persuasive argument for not giving me what's mine. The argument for reparations is that it's owed to us. This isn't an act of philanthropy or largesse. This isn't a favor. This is what is owed. And then after you give us what we owe, we will have the capacity to do what is best for our community. We'll have the opportunity to institution build, to produce intergenerational wealth, not in some sort of narrow capitalist way, but the idea that we can at least support one another, that we.
And look at this motherfucker's face. He is searching for an answer in his head.
Yeah, he's Googling it right now. He's Googling it right now. He's Googling it right now.
For an answer because he knows that right there just destroyed his own argument. He knows that just because you ain't gonna spend your money right is not a good enough answer or not a good enough retort for we are owed this money. Give me the money that's owed. You see what I'm saying?
He just got moisturized.
He got moisturized.
He just got moisturized.
Coleman Hughes just got moisturized. It is whatever it is. All right, let's finish it. Watch, because your point is about to come up right now.
That we can build things for ourselves. And in doing so, that doesn't mean that we forfeit our citizenship. It doesn't mean that we're not still supposed to get safer neighborhoods. It doesn't mean that we're not supposed to get housing and healthcare. White people get that without reparations, right? It doesn't mean that we shouldn't get high quality schools. White people get that without reparations. The idea here is reparations is to make us whole again, right? Or to at least attempt to repair the damage done. And you're right, maybe nothing will be complete. But the fact that it isn't perfect doesn't mean it shouldn't be done.
I just want to say something. I just want to say something real quick. This is going to be 2 seconds. You see my man Rogish down there. He said, look like Marcus is showing a little bit of a backbone tonight. And I just want to make this clear. The only reason why moisturizer is on full pressure and is just going around moisturizing tonight is because he's in a debate with a dude who was swinging from the safety pole on a bus in his underwear. So when Mark Lamoist Hill is the masculine energy of the conversation, you get this. All right, I'm done.
I'm saying, but he is moisturizing the shit out this nigga right now. Real shit.
Man, pink baby lotion all over the place.
Baby lotion, and he just slapped him in the face. He slapped this nigga in the back of the head, and he poured a whole lot of baby oil in his hand, and he smacked that nigga on the back of the head. That's what he just did. You have now been moisturized, nigga.
Look, Coleman Cruz like this. He like trying to wipe his face off and get everything together.
Look at him. Look at him. He got his eyes closed. Look like
he got his eyes. I've got moisture. I got moisture in my eyes.
That's what's going on. Watch. Let's finish this shit.
I'm gonna give you the last word too. I want to make sure you have an opportunity to respond to all of this. But the other piece of this is you say that it's not viable. It seems to me that reparations has never been more viable. It's never seemed more likely than it does right now. Whether it's HR 40 advancing, whether it's people not just considering whether to study slavery, but to actually examine particular proposals about it. Whether we're talking about the fact that mainstream politicians are talking about this, you've written about it, and I know you have some critique of it, but it's a conversation that didn't happen 20 years ago. So it seems to me that we're right on the precipice.
And let me point this out. You couldn't have the conversation 20 years ago. You couldn't have the conversation 20 years before that. You couldn't have the conversation 20 years before that. You couldn't have the conversation 20 years before that. You see, this is the first time that we've been able to legitimately have the conversation with a possibility of receiving what was owed.
Right.
So that is a very legitimate point that he is not accepting. Let's finish up.
Of something major. But I want to give you, I have literally 1 minute left, and I want to give it to you to offer your response.
Sure. So let's be very concrete. A few months ago, maybe you covered this on your show, but the mayor of Oakland announced a program to give $500 a month to low-income Black.
Actually, that was Stockton. That's right up the street from me. And actually, he's a fucking dumbass because that $500 goes to low-income families, period. Not to just Black and brown, but it's primarily Black and brown people who are getting them because there's primarily Black and brown people in low-income areas. Now,
Right.
With that being said, every single last one of them has said that this program has helped them and has helped them get up and done wonderful things. He's actually thinking about extending it, and the city is all for it. The whole city, including the white people. Fuck out of here, dummy.
Black families, right, and not low-income white families. My critique of that program is, yes, obviously we have to find ways beyond just giving cash, but improve.
He said not white families. Yes, even white families get that $500 a month. Dumbass. That's right up the street from me, bro. You're not gonna tell me I'm wrong. I know about this shit. Knew about this shit. I was reporting on this shit when it first happened.
Facts.
So
That's
fuck
facts.
out of here. This motherfucker's a dummy.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
Proving the true drivers of wealth, which is not disposable income, but human capital and knowledge and skills and so forth. We have to find ways of addressing those issues for America's poor of all colors, right? But what does it mean for a multiracial, diverse country going into the future with the idea that we can have policies that are only for certain people based on skin color and ancestry and not actually based?
Okay, now whatever you was gonna say before, start now.
There it is. I mean, he basically just he basically just went in on it. Now the thing is that where is his sediment? You know, his anti-skin color ancestry sediment for the AAPI hate crime legislation. No one in the United States had an issue. Oh, we need to do whatever is necessary to protect these Asian people. They're just getting pushed down and beat up by Black people. They're just getting pushed down and beat up all the time. Oh, they're just getting beat up and pushed down all the time. But then when they actually get gunned down like a game of Grand Theft Auto gone wrong, oh, well, he hold on a second. It wasn't a hate crime, first of all. He's just having a bad day. This is a bad day, you know? He's just horny. Yeah, he's just horny. He wasn't able to watch enough episodes of Sailor Moon, and, you know, that they didn't have any posters from the jerk off to anime at home. So, you know, he got frustrated, and, you know, sometimes people die when we get frustrated. I mean, that's just, you know.
His octopus porn ran out. He got tired of watching it.
Yeah, he got upset.
The thing is he said, what he just said was, we cannot do make these laws for any specific group. How does that look? Well, it looks like AAPI anti-hate bills that are made even after we already have hate laws and hate crime bills already out there for everyone.
It
That's
also
what it
looks
looks
like
like.
it also looks like immigration policy. It also looks like $12 million for Holocaust survivors. It also looks like all of the reservations for and casinos for Native Indigenous people. I mean, it looks a lot like all of that stuff.
Right.
The only difference is that
they're
none
not
of
all
them
black.
were ever slaves.
Yeah.
None of their families ever had any legacy of an entire family ever being owned. We still got our name tags. We still have our name tags. You know how you get a doggy tag when you go to the military? My last name is still my name tag from slavery.
Yeah. That's how this is how serious it is, y'all.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
we still have name tags.
You know what I mean? People ask me, why do you still wear the tag on your hat? Why do you still wear the tag? I don't know why. You should be asking me why I still wear the tag on my last name.
Because I know for a fact my ancestors didn't come over here from Africa, or even the indigenous portion of my family wasn't over here. And I damn sure can promise you that Hawkins or Bryant was not an original Aboriginal last name. Okay? Right. I promise you.
Right.
I don't think so. But guess what? No matter how much research you ever do, you'll never fucking hear of an Aboriginal or a motherfucking African that came over with the last name Hawkins or Bryant.
And the difference is that he's okay with Cruz. He's okay with Catholicism. He's okay with being conquered by a conquistador. The reason why we continuously fight against this and try to say the things that we say to get what we're supposed to get is because we're not okay with it.
Facts. So I guess we can listen to the last bullshit you got to say, but you can already tell this has already been defeated. So let's listen to the last, coonish shit that comes out of his mouth.
Based on class, poverty, and wealth, right? Because if that's the problem we're trying.
Did you notice that he said this is all based on class?
Yes.
I want you guys to keep that in your head. I want you guys to just keep that in the back of your head. We're going to go back to it right after this. Let's go. Oh, go ahead.
No, because I might actually be giving something away when I say what I want to say about class. So I'll wait.
Okay.
I'll wait.
All right, let's finish this up real quick then.
Trying to solve, and I think we would both agree, at least that is certainly a big problem, right? Poverty is really at the root of what we're talking about here. Poverty and dysfunction and opportunity and wealth. Then why not just base our policies on that? It more effectively targets disadvantage for people of all colors. It is less politically divisive because nobody feels blamed. Nobody feels like they're being blamed for things that happened hundreds of years ago. It's more sustainable, it's more popular, and it's more ethical. So,
see, and I don't like the way he said that. He said people don't feel like they're being blamed. First and foremost, you are being blamed. That's called taking accountability, bitch. Your ancestors did something wrong.
Right.
Where does the blame belong? Like, where does the blame belong?
Right.
Right on your lap. You have sustained the system of white supremacy, and you thrive and benefit off of the system of white supremacy today.
And deny it every time they get its opportunity and deny it. Now, I think if there was an actual effort being made to make an honest repair and to honestly fix things and honestly acknowledge, listen, things happened. We're willing to come to the table and, let's actually try to figure things out. But the thing is that there hasn't even been an effort to do that. There has not been any effort to, quote, come to the table. What there's been is illusionary efforts of we're going to come to the table with these people who aren't we're going to come to the table with people like Arthur Coleman, or even Mark Lamont Hill himself, people who aren't designated leaders or designated authorities, and we're going to do the back and forth with them, but we're not going to talk to any actual grassroots people. We're just going to make up what we want to. We're going to even make up the people who we're fighting with, and this is what we're going to give you a gas card and a housing project voucher, and this is basically what your reparations are. That's not how we define them. That's not what we're talking about. No. And then you're talking to somebody who's not representative of us to actually be representative for us without no authorization. That's literally the game plan. That's literally what they've been doing the entire time.
Absolutely. Let's finish. I only got about a minute left. Not even a full. No, actually 20 seconds.
Well, to me, I'm comparing reparations to a policy that is class-based and seeing that it is just wanting in many ways by comparison.
I'm going to have you back, Coleman, so we can talk.
All right, there it is, man. There it is. That's the cooning and buffoonery that this motherfucker is doing, and this shit is just unbelievable. So, how do you feel about that shit?
You know what? I honestly, I don't have any feeling about it, because the thing is what's crazy about it is, in my opinion, in the right setting, Mark Lamont Hill would do the exact same thing. He would just do it in a different way. You know what I'm saying? There's been times when Mark Lamont Hill has said some very odd things, like his sentiments about Bill Cosby. So, they'll get him to behave this way in a situation. And if you notice, he wasn't arguing or debating with a white person. You know what I mean? He was arguing and debating with, a questionable black person. You know what I'm saying? So they'll never have him argue with that tone or that aggression against a white person. Like, they would never have him in a situation where he would get out of pocket like that with Tucker Carlson. They would either shut that down or not allow that. And that would never happen, because, again, there's no viable argument for not getting reparations. The only thing that has become a, quote, legitimate viable argument is just the familiar talking points. You're being a victim.
Yeah, I won't.
You know what I mean? Like,
I won't argue that at all. That's real shit. Keep on going.
No, I mean, that's basically it. You know what I'm saying? Like, we already know what time it is. You know what I mean? We already know why that was done. We already know, Mark Lamoist Hill, he's only good for something like this in a real situation where these things would actually need to be advocated for. He wouldn't be around. Where was he on the floor during the HR 40 hearing? You know what I'm saying? They had Larry Elder up there just talking nonsense, looking like he was under MK Ultra. They had Herschel Walker looking like he was under MK Ultra up there. I think even Coleman Cruz actually spoke at that congressional hearing about HR 40. And this is just about a study. This is just about a study. So my thing is that all of these people, including the black people, if they have such a problem with this, then if your talking points are accurate, why are you scared of a study? We all know that the study is going to get nowhere, and it's a piece of Democratic tool in order to have something to hold over black people's heads. Because, again, HR 40 has been sitting in Congress and not going anywhere for how long? But they're going to continue to use it until people wake up and realize that's what it is. It's just a chess piece. But at the end of the day, though, all of those people who fear it, and if it actually did end up getting passed by accident, what's the harm in it? It's just a study. And if you're as confident in your talking points as you try to come off as, you got nothing to worry about, right?
Yep. I absolutely agree. I'm actually looking for something, and I'm going to bring it out as soon as I find it. But it is so detrimental. It's so important to play this shit. Because of what he said. And it comes from our brother, Dr. Nelly Fuller Jr.
Oh, yeah, Nelly Fuller Jr., he's on point. I mean, that dude is like all quotables.
And this is actually, all right, so you want to hear it? or
Oh
what?
yeah. You guys want to
All
hear
right.
it? I want to hear it. I'm interested. I'm ready. I'm ready to hear it.
All
Anybody else want
right.
to hear it? I know I want to hear it.
Do y'all want to hear it? And I want y'all to keep in mind what exactly I told y'all to listen. I said, remember he said it's a capital, what was it? It was a class. It was a class system. Okay? And I want y'all to, and again, this is fair use. I want to let y'all know that again, this is fair use. Okay? And I want y'all to I'm gonna give the credit. You can find this video at Hip Hop Cartoons. Hip Hop Cartoons on YouTube. Okay. This is actually a really good channel. So go check it out. All right. But let's pay attention to this and let's listen to this. Okay. And read what it says, because I want y'all to make sure y'all understand this shit. Nelly Fuller Jr., if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. That is so detrimentally important. That is a quote that I use all the time, and it's so real. All right, let's keep on going.
What are the white supremacists doing now? They're doing four basic things: racial showcasing, racial population tailoring, racial dislocation, and white sacrificing. And these four things are designed to produce maximum sophisticated confusion among the victims. And so far it's been somewhat successful worldwide. Now I'll start with the first one. What is racial showcasing? That means taking huge numbers of black people and putting them out front. There's going to be more of this all over the planet. Many millions of black people that you will see who will be rolling in money. They'll be able to showcase the places where they live. They'll be able to showcase their knowledge and expertise. So you have television now, you have all of the mediums for doing this, for showcasing huge numbers of black people. I will say it will eventually run into the millions, so many that you won't be able to count them. Now, what is this for? This is for any black person that starts talking about racism in the future is going to be laughed at, because they're going to be able to showcase so many black people who are what you call quote unquote successful, that it will seem that racism has been put out of business. But white supremacy is a world business, and like any other business, it works on profits and losses, which means percentages. You go into business, you expect a certain amount of loss. If you're in the grocery business, well, you might have a load of asparagus that is spoiled. But overall, you will make more profits than you have losses if you're going to stay in the business. Now, so the white supremacists know that the cost of doing the business of white supremacy is going up. They can no longer get away with Joe Louis and Lena Horne like they did years ago. They have to have many more black people who are going to be showcased. I made up this term just to explain it. You have to make up terms, because they won't make them up for you. So now that's the first phase, or one of the first elements in the maximum confusion. And so that black people won't be able to say, they'll say, well, it must be something wrong with me that I'm down and out and don't have a biscuit to eat, because there are so many millions of black people who have so much, so it can't be race. But see, for the 4 or 5 million black people who will be showcased, there will be hundreds of millions worldwide who won't have a biscuit. That's the way the business operates in the future and will be. That's the way it seems to be going, according to what? The evidence, according to the logic. The other is racial population tailoring.
Now, real quick, how often do we see number one already happening?
all the time, consistently. You're bombarded with it. There's entire stations like BET and ESPN dedicated to that propaganda specifically that was just talked about there. ESPN, BET, radio stations. I mean, the list goes on.
Absolutely. So pay attention because he said this shit way back. Way back. All right? So pay attention. Racial population tailoring. This is going to get good.
That's number two, meaning they're going to be killing huge numbers, either directly or indirectly, of non-white people. When I say black people, I mean, non-white. Anybody who's in the non-white category. And doing this on an ongoing basis. Not to try to kill them all. Because when you're in the business of racism, you don't kill off the thing that you need in order to keep racism going. Your ego trip, which is what it's really all about. But you do tailor the population so you can keep them controlled. So you'll kill off a few million in the Congo, then a few years up the road, you'll kill off a few million in Nigeria, and a few years up the road, you'll kill off a few in Mexico, and on and on and on. And you will highly select the places where you do this. You'll have it all computerized, where you kill off huge numbers, or you have them, even better still, kill off each other, like you do in most of the cities in the northwestern part of the world, called the northwestern hemisphere. Having black people gun down each other, non-white people, the brown people gunning down each other, gangs and all that other foolishness. See? And you kill them off, and you just keep this going and you egg it on. And you put things in place that will see to it that it just keeps going that way. It never stops. Because that's the mentality of the people. And this is racial population tailoring. In other places where the people are reasonably sane, they don't have a tendency to kill off each other. Then you do things like dry up the water, poison the rivers, dump toxic waste. There's all kinds of ways to do that racial population tailoring. All right, then the other, number three, is racial dislocation. Keep them moving. People who are forever on the move through eminent domain, urbanization, urban renewal, gentrification, or, here again, drying up the river. You build a dam 800 miles up, and the river seals off the water behind the dam. I mean, the dam is sealed off, the river is sealed off behind the dam. So that means that all the people down in the valley there, they don't get any water. They need water. They depend on the fishing industry. So now they have to come and work for you because there's no more water, there are no more fish. And you give them minimum wage and a promise for the future as long as they look up to you. So they'll know they're completely dependent. But keep them moving. If a black person in the northwestern hemisphere starts getting that second generation house, then you come through and say you got to build a highway. That's the technique. Now these are things that you asked about how the white supremacists operate. These are the ways that they operate. The white sacrificing is the fourth. And this is, here again, all four of these things are for maximum sophisticated confusion among the victims. So you're not confused. You're keeping your victims confused. So you have white sacrifices, meaning it's kind of parallel to the racial showcasing. But these people in this case are white. Like in any army, any military operation, you're going to have some losses. So some white people are written off under the system of white supremacy. And a lot of white people are aware of this. They don't like it. But they're told that this is the cost of doing business. Just like a person who goes into the army and knows full well you might get killed. But it goes with the territory of trying to defend your bigger operation. So white sacrifices mean you're going to have more and more white people on park benches, more and more white people begging on streets. They will be greatly visible. But what you won't pay attention to, because black people never pay much attention to what white people are doing, we just watch each other. See, they know that. You'll be passing millions of white people who are doing well. city street. And for the handful of white people who have fallen through the cracks, you might say, sitting in front of the subways or begging in front of these delicatessen, for the handful that you see doing that, up under the bridge and all like that, it will give the illusion that it's not about race, that white supremacy is officially out of business. So there will be more of these white sacrifices, and they will be greatly visible. But compared to the number of white people who will be prospering, it will be very negligible worldwide. Now those are the four maximum sophisticated confusion elements.
Yep.
He's talking about classism.
Yep. He's talking about perpetual functional dysfunction.
That's right. He's
Yep.
talking about, he's telling you, this is all, when you go around talking about, oh, it's about class, it's not about racism.
Class is about racism. Yes. You know what I'm saying? Like he just killed his own argument.
No, he didn't. He explained that.
No. Not Nelly Fuller. I'm talking about old boy,
right.
Coleman Cruz.
Right, Coleman Cruz. Yeah. And this is the point, because he thinks that classism is more serious than racism, not understanding that this idea of classism quite literally stems from the original idea of racism, which is totalitarianism. You see what I'm saying? And you got to understand that shit. You see what I'm saying? So again, these are maximum sophisticated confusion elements that are quite literally happening right now. That was predicted by Dr. Nelly Fuller Jr. 30, 40, 50 years ago. And I need y'all to pay attention to this, because these are the games that they playing with you. And this is why we always get caught up in these conversations like capitalism, is it good or is it bad for black folks? So classism, is classism more, serious a problem than racism? You see what I'm saying? Classism is a problem for white people, because we at the bottom of the class. See, that's what you're not understanding. Classism is a white people problem, not a black people problem.
I was about to say, any debate between black people about socialism and capitalism is a completely erroneous debate. It's a complete waste of time. And it shows that whoever those two people are who are arguing over those things are plugged into this system that Nelly Fuller was talking about. What Nelly Fuller is, for the people that watch my videos, what Nelly Fuller is talking about is almost exactly the same thing that I talk about when I talk about perpetual dysfunctional confusion, and when I talk about a system of illegitimacy. Because as you can see, everything that he showed in this video, everything has an illusionary appearance behind it, and it's all motive based. Heroin epidemic, all motive based. Rappers, athletes, all motive based. Obama,
LGBT,
all motive based. LGBTQ, all motive based. It's all motive based.
Mm-hmm.
It's all manufactured. None of this stuff is natural.
Right.
The fact that we're seeing everything progress. Well, there's a couple of black millionaires. Yeah.
A couple.
That's racism. You're so worried. You're so worried about how people would spend reparation money. I'm actually worried about how those black millionaires are spending their money, because what are they doing with their money that's actually helping anybody black? Nothing.
I don't pocket watch black folks' money, because nobody's doing shit. I don't need a pocket watch. There's no reason for me to pocket watch. It's not in my pocket, so therefore,
as long as you're getting paid with that money, you're not that money in itself. You're not even going to be allowed to do anything,
right? So
because it's attached to our legal system, and just like he said with the eminent domain, as soon as you make any progression in this system, they're going to twist the legal system to stop it. 2 generations of households, we're going to run a freeway or a train track right through your freeway. What I was going to say when he was talking about that part is, now what are we doing? Oh, Joe Biden's about to pass the Green New Deal. How many black neighborhoods are going to get destroyed, and they're going to put pointless windmills up there?
Eminent domain. Again, people don't see this, and this is different levels of gentrification. right? And what he say? He said, keep these motherfuckers on the move. Why is it so important to keep black folks on the move? Well,
Because
if you can't establish yourself and lay down roots somewhere, you can't build wealth, not get rich. You can't build foundational wealth, and you can't pass it on and start to have generational wealth. You see what I'm saying? Because they know if you have generational wealth and then you start building communities with that generational wealth, right? Then you're losing your power, because now the people have their own shit. They have their own manufacturers. They got their own TV shows. They got their own businesses. They got their own sales shops. They got their own shits. You see what I'm saying? Yep. So this is real game right here Nelly Fuller gave us for free.
And it's still applicable. Like, it's literally playing out the exact same way. Right. Literally. I mean, if you listen to what Nelly Fuller says, this literally mirrors what Dr. Claude Anderson said. If you listen to what Dr. Claude Anderson and what Nelly Fuller says, and if you listen to at least 2 of my videos on my YouTube channel, it's literally the same thing that I talk about, except for I talk about it as in modern day terms with specific events. They're talking about it from a past perspective, projecting what's happening. They're saying, well, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. This is going to happen. What I do on my YouTube channel is I show you, look, this is the Green New Deal. This is what's happening. This is what's going on with immigration. This is what's going on with AI and smart cities. This is what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And so all of these things connect. This is why it's so important to talk about these shit. So you're not fooled by this shit. So you don't fall victim to these bullshit, erroneous fucking excuses and these claims that just aren't true. They're not going to help. At the end of the day, black folks deserve reparations because we didn't get what the fuck we deserve. We built this country, literally. Okay?
Facts.
Our economic value is what put America on the map. There would be no American superpower had it not been for black folks. Period.
Facts.
You see? So the thing is again, you're supposed to, as black folks, you're supposed to be the permanent underclass. The few black folks that make it to the middle class or the upper middle class, there's such few numbers. It gives you something to hope for. This is why hope is such a big deal when it comes to black folks. That's why Obama was able to fucking get elected, not for 1 term, but 2 terms, because of this idea of hope.
One of the main institutions in religion.
Hope.
That's why a lot of black people are so religious, because hope. as long as there's something you can look to. Oh, I don't really have to confront this because God got me.
Absolutely. Because God got me.
Because God got how much I'm gonna leave it to God.
Right.
I'm more concerned about leaving something for my kids. I'm not about to leave no situation, to the unknown or to the inevitable. Because trust me, that whole system of what we're talking about is tied to the reason why you're leaving your fate to the quote unknown. Trust me, your fate's not unknown.
Right. Absolutely. Oops, sorry. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, real quick. Hey, you guys already see it. Donate to your boy. Get your fucking awards in. Help your boy out. Get on some Cash Apps. You know what I mean? Get on some Venmos. You already see the Cash App. $ reality check VR2. Get on some, do some donations. Do some super chats. Do some shits. You know what I mean? Do something. Support your boys. Yeah, support the content, because the real shit is we're not giving you fucking the bullshit that motherfuckers want to give you. We giving you real shit that is actually applicable today. And life. People need to understand it. The only way you can unravel all that shit in your head is to make sure you have it in order to understand it. Exactly. You know what I mean?
So for anybody that's watching my YouTube channel, go to my community wall right now. You will see where Izzy's YouTube channel is. The video will be running live through my community wall. Go in there, smash the like button, you know what I'm saying? Drop a comment, make sure y'all support the content. Izzy, you know what I'm saying? His people that's over there, come over here, help your boy out, smash the like button, you know what I'm saying? And hit the bell icon twice. Y'all know how to do. All right. So to continue with what we were talking about, right? we just heard that little video from Nilly Fuller Jr. And if, in my opinion, that was prophetic. All right. That was prophetic. But what I wanted to show was something that is actually more in line with what Coleman Cruz was saying. Do you remember when Coleman Cruz was talking about that whole class system thing? When Coleman Cruz was talking about that class system thing, you know, I think my screen is stuck. Is my screen stuck, bro? Yeah, it is. Hold on real quick. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that. With Haps, for some reason, like this, it gets stuck. It's kind of janky, you know what I'm saying? But we back. So I wanted to talk about what Coleman Cruz was talking about and how he misrepresented it. So we already talked about how Coleman Cruz is actually Puerto Rican. You know what I'm saying? So what I want to show you is this little caste system page that I found. All right. So here it is right here. All right. And I'm going to try to adjust the camera so that it shows. Let me see. We're going to put this like this and then put this at the number 1 position so y'all can read it. All right, cool. So let me know if this gets blurry, if y'all are able to or not able to read it. But what this is called the Costa system. All right. Mm-hmm. Beginning in 1492, conquistadors from the Iberian Peninsula arrived in Latin America. They encountered the indigenous peoples who had been living on the land for centuries and deemed them barbaric and uncivilized, and themselves as superior and godlike. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, and that's quite literally, and those are Black Aboriginal people that he ran into too.
Yep. So what I find interesting is Coleman Cruz isn't even a good representative of his own culture, because this is specifically to Latinos, to Spanish, Hispanic. Mm-hmm. They then colonized the region, forcing all to convert to Catholicism, taking control of the land and generally exploiting the people and the region. The Spanish and Portuguese forced the indigenous people to acculturate to their own beliefs. They taught them Spanish. They implemented laws that were present in Spain and made Catholicism the ultimate belief system. It sounds a lot like Christianity, doesn't it?
Sure do.
Over time, they passed laws creating a what? Social hierarchy to maintain power, known as the casta system. So this is where Coleman Cruz thinks that he's smart. Oh, well, it's not really about race. It's only about class. Yeah, race is based on class. This system ensured European superiority in all sections of life. They remained in control of the region until 1820, when the countries began to fight and gain their independence. Despite gaining independence and no longer being under colonial rule, a social hierarchy remained in place, leaving those of indigenous and African descent on the bottom.
Hey, throw that link real quick. I don't mean to interrupt you. It's getting a little blurry. Throw that link inside the room so everybody can get that link.
All right, bet. Let me see.
All right, but keep on reading after you throw it in the room, because this is definitely some real shit.
Maybe let me see. Maybe I can post it. Maybe I can slide you the link, and maybe it'll show up more clearly on yours. Let me refresh the screen.
All right, so he is going to post, and he's going to actually, I'm going to see if I can do something real quick.
My bad.
Oh, there he is.
I'm back. Let me refresh this real quick and see if that makes it better.
Okay.
All right, let's try this real quick. All right, let me see. So, in Dark Star, I'll post this on my community page if we can't get it to work in here. All right, so don't even trip. I got you. Is that better? Is that more clear for y'all?
It looks clear. It's still a little small to see, but it looks clear now. But it's
all
good.
Go. Yeah, it's all good. We can fix it. Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna take the highlighting off because that might make it not as good.
And it's still very small. You know what I mean? There you go. There you go. That's a little bit better.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's a little bit better. I mean, it's a little hard to see,
but it's still off the screen. See that?
Yeah.
Yeah, right, hold on.
We'll put. We already put it in. We put the link in the room in Haps. What I'll do is send the link to me, and then I'll go on both YouTubes and I'll post a link.
All right, bet. Let me see. Hold
You
on
all
real
right?
quick. Let me see. Hold on. I got you real quick. So I'm gonna send this to you real quick. Let's see.
That
Hold
look
on.
like some
What?
real stuff right there. Yeah, it's definitely some real shit, bro. I mean,
Oh
the
yeah.
thing is at the end of the day, man, like we're always going to go out of our way to make sure we give you guys some good information, not no
Facts.
bullshit. You know what I
Facts.
mean? And this is just so you understand things. I'm not going to sit here and fucking tell any of y'all, hey, you know what? Fucking here, I'm going to go into my there goes this. Okay, so in mine I am that's the post right there. Whoop. Oh wait, what is it not doing? Why is it
Did
not
it?
letting me?
Do I need to
Why is it
close
not?
it?
It's not letting me. I'm on my phone trying to put this in there.
See that's I have to be on that BS.
No, this is on YouTube. YouTube isn't letting me post it.
Oh, for real?
Really? No bullshit. I'm gonna
It's all
try again.
it's all good.
No,
I'll
I'm
put
gonna try again because we need to post this.
yeah. And
So
I'll post it on my community page. And if you guys follow on Facebook, I'll post it on Facebook too. As a matter of fact, I'll post it on Facebook from my Facebook page right now so y'all can see it. So give me like 2 seconds. I'm gonna do that real quick. So if y'all don't
right,
follow the Blacklight Revelations page, go to Facebook real quick and find Blacklight Revelations, and I'm gonna post it right now. Let me see.
yeah, that's right. And then there's him, and then let's go right there, and then let's go. All right, well, yeah, it's not letting me post the whole thing because it's a little bit too long on YouTube. So I did try to do it. So good thing he's posting it. Make sure you go follow him because he'll definitely put that on there. All right. So keep on reading what that says. Oh wait, you already finished reading, didn't you?
Yeah, you know what? Let me see. Hold on. I think I got two more things. Yeah, this part right here we read. Let me see. It said they
Mm-hmm.
remained in control of the region until the 1820s when the countries began to fight and gain their independence. Despite gaining independence, no longer being under control of the colonial rule, a social hierarchy remained in place, leaving those of indigenous and African descent on the bottom. The casta system was created in colonial times to explain mixed race families to those
Mm-hmm.
back in Spain, but this racial hierarchy remained in place longer after the Spanish had left Latin America. The casta system was created by the Spanish to maintain their power and superiority to other racial groups in the colonies. This system was used throughout their rule and continued to be unofficially in place after independence, and it's still in place to this day. And clearly, there's something common about the European system because they did that everywhere. It's the same here in the United States, except for instead of Catholicism, it was Christianity. You know what I mean? And they still had that same race-based class system to this day.
Right. No, I get it. No, I'm with it. I'm with it. If
And
you
then they
tap
just
it on
showed up.
YouTube, it works. Oh, okay,
Then they
cool. If you tap it on YouTube, it works. Okay, cool.
then they just show
Cool.
the paintings with the different families, and it's a whole article. I might, you know what I'm saying? Like we should do like a joint video on this because this would actually make it dope. You know what I'm saying? A little joint podcast because this is real. And when Coleman Cruz said this, Mark Lamont Hill, in my opinion, he should have hammered him. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
he
Using that,
should have. Yeah, he
you know?
definitely should have hammered him. I absolutely agree. He should have hammered him. I don't
Yeah.
think Mark Lamont Hill got in him the way he should have got in him.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Facts. Yeah, I agree. He sure didn't. He didn't get him at all the way he should have.
Yeah, he should have gave him all the business, but he didn't. You know what I mean? He should have gave him all of the business, like all of it, but he didn't.
But he
So,
didn't.
that's just too bad because, you know what I mean? Um,
Right.
it it would have been a great thing. It would have been it would have been a good thing. But Mark
It,
Lamont Hill is for the Democratic plantation, so I don't I'm not surprised.
Facts. My man Delmo is in the house. What's good, Delmo? Good to see you, bro. As always, that's the homie
What up
right
with it?
there.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. So I know we had said we were going to talk about Bill Maher. Wait, did we kind of cover this pretty well? I think we pretty much ended that one.
Yeah, what do you guys think? In the comments, let us know. Do you guys feel that we covered that adequately enough? Is there anybody that disagrees? Is there anything that y'all felt like we didn't cover? Let us know. Let us know in the comments, and as we get the comments out, you know what I'm saying, we'll stop what we're talking about and address the comments.
Right, absolutely. Because if you guys have any questions about any of this, as far as the history goes and why his arguments are actually flawed, just let me know. Because that's what I do. I'm a historian. That's my major. You know what I mean? Excuse me. I'm a historian, and this is what I do. You know, especially Black American history. Like
Right,
that's really where my area of expertise is. Okay, so
right,
we can get
and that's
into this shit.
important. That's important.
Right, and we can get into it. So if anybody has any questions, now's the time for that. And while we wait to see if that happens, I'm going to pull up the Bill Maher thing,
Oh
and we
God,
can.
man, what did he do cringeworthy this week?
Well, he always does something, bro. I mean, let's just be real about this shit. You know what I mean?
Facts, facts.
At the end of the day, uh, Bill Maher, that was dope. I'm definitely gonna research more. Yo, you definitely got to. It's crazy, crazy, crazy.
Yeah,
Um,
and
Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say, and yeah, so for the people that follow me on YouTube, if you follow my other page, Blacklight Revelations 2, I'll put a picture from a screenshot and the link in the community post immediately after we get done with this live stream. So be looking for that. It'll be there. All right.
Right, absolutely. So I was gonna do that video. Um, so Bill Maher is a leftist. Go ahead, ask your question, Shatira. You already know what it is. Um, is this one? No, this is not it. This is not it. I'm gonna find the one that I'm talking about. Nope, not that one. Not that one. Where is it? Jesus Christ. Is it that one? No. Freedom. Nope. It is. I'm just BSing. I couldn't help it. You know what? Big fuck yeah. Okay. America has a drinking problem. That was a week ago. That wasn't the one that I was. It was the next. It was the one. He talks about three white guys not being able to talk about racism. Oh, it's the progressive phobia shit that I was we had talked about this once before. So there's a thing, and the reason why I like to bring up Bill Maher is because kind of Bill Maher is like a liberal a liberal leader when you talk about the leftists, right?
He's a liberal. He's a liberal Karen. He's a typical Biden liberal.
Yeah, and he is definitely a Karen. And I find it really funny that black folks still kind of. I watch him to see the fucked up shit he says. Again, I always watch him just to see the stupid shit that he says. But a lot of people follow him and are like, yeah, this guy is a liberal giant. This guy knows what he's talking about. And a lot of white people come with him. And I really want people to understand that liberals are now starting to take the roles of a lot of Republicans. And this goes along with the idea that you don't actually have any allies. And this whole idea about allyship, especially from white liberals, is absolutely nonsensical.
Facts.
Okay? And they don't understand true allyship because, as we're going to play, I want you to understand their attitude is, okay, this is really getting old. I don't want to deal with this anymore. And if you guys keep on doing it, you're going to lose all your support. Well,
Right.
the fact of the matter is, if black folks lose the support when it comes down to racial inequality, trying to get justice, police brutality, and a whole bunch of other shit like racism and white supremacy and shit like that, if you're getting tired of hearing about it and you're going to stop supporting us because of that, the fact of the matter is you were never an ally in the first place.
Right.
And I need black folks to realize you have no allies.
Right.
I say that shit and I mean it. Okay.
And the thing that's funny is like you can see like they all say the same thing too, because in that situation with Adam Mendelsohn and Rachel Nicholson, they literally said what you just said. You know, the BLM thing and the George Floyd thing it's just getting so tiring. It's getting tiring that you're concerned about your people. You know what I'm saying? Like racially killing other people. That's
right.
That's tiring. Okay.
That's what it is. These are the real feelings of white people. And it's important that you recognize that shit. Because the sooner that you can recognize the fact that both the Republican and the Democratic Party are not for you, the sooner you will fucking fall out of favor with the bullshit that they try to feed you.
Facts. One of the first steps to getting out of that system of confusion that Nellie Fuller was talking about.
So let's listen to Bill Maher a little bit, and please interrupt him if you got something to say. Okay.
But,
all right.
And finally, new rule from now on: when Joe Biden veers off into one of his long-winded stories that seem to be off topic, everyone must realize he usually does have a point.
But those of you who are over 50, how often did you ever see advertisements on television with black and white couples? Not a joke. I challenge you, find today, when you turn on the stations, sit on one station for 2 hours, and I don't know how many commercials you'll see. Lay 8 to 5. 2 to 3 out of 5 have mixed race couples in them.
can we? Okay, like here. So my question for him, my question for both Joe Biden and for Bill Maher, right? Because let's make no mistake of this. Like, this is what's so funny about this whole thing, right? Bill Maher is actually he's gonna try to criticize Joe Biden. Now, mind you, this is a completely spoiled mayonnaise. I don't know what this is. I don't know what you consider this. This is like spoiled potato salad with raisins in it or some shit. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I don't understand. Bill Maher, isn't he in a interracial relationship? Isn't his girlfriend or his wife black?
I believe his ex-wife was black. I don't know. Okay,
so he goes in on Joe Biden as a result of talking about interracial relationships when you actually were, you yourself, you know what I'm saying, were in a interracial relationship. And second of all, what in the hell does who somebody with have to do with the course of how America is seeing racism? So you mean to tell me that because two people are, you know, messing around or enjoying each other or in a relationship, that stops the racial wealth gap? You mean to tell me that like that changes all of reparations? So basically reparations was, you know what I'm saying, like black women who enjoy white men and black men who enjoy white women being able to be together without any harassment or
proximity
anything like that.
to penis ended all racism.
Yeah, that just changed everything. But the thing that's problematic about this though is that the president of our country sees that as an indicator. That is not an indicator. Wasn't Frederick Douglass with a white woman?
Right.
So Frederick Douglass was living in times when it was really bad for black people here in the United States, and that kind of shit was going on. So
right. it was illegal.
Right. So that literally means that nothing has changed. Like nothing has changed. But Joe Biden sees it as, because there's interracial couples, the United States has just gone to this better place. They actually had, what was it called? Miscongeniation laws?
It was misogyny, or wait, what was it? It was, what the fuck was it? Shatira, I know you know what it was. Shatira, watch it in the, put it in the room. I know you know what the fucking name of it is.
I know it began with an M. Because it's the same laws. It's the same laws. Look, check this out. It's the same laws that they used to make LGBTQ marriages legal, but then they gave LGBTQ people reparations and didn't get no interracial marriage couple reparations. But thank the interracial couples.
Interracial couples.
Like, it's insane. Like I don't get it. How is that? How is
miscegenation?
Miscegenation.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
How is that an indicator of anything changing anywhere?
Look, Jack Johnson was blowing the back out of white bitches long ago. Okay? Let me just put that shit in there. The inventor of the motherfucking monkey wrench. Okay? And it was named by white people because they called Black Jack Johnson a motherfucking monkey. And if you don't know who Jack Johnson is, he was one of the best heavyweight champions of all time. Okay? This motherfucker created the monkey wrench, and they called it the monkey wrench because they was pissed off at him that he was fucking white women. So they still sell that motherfucker called the monkey wrench today. Okay? Now, Jack Johnson was banging the backs out of these white bitches a long time ago. Nothing has changed. It means nothing. Okay, we see it on TV. That means shit. And we're about to see where this shit is about to go, because this shit is so funny. You got anything else? That's how fake liberals think. Absolutely it is.
It's just mind-boggling to me. Like that, what is that saying? You know what I'm saying? We got boxing, MMA in the house. What's good,
That's my
bro?
guy. That's my guy.
That's the homie right there.
That's the homie right there. Boxing MMA. That's the homie. What's up with you, bro? And here's the thing. Proximity. For everyone out there, to all you white women out there, to all you white men out there that date black folks, proximity to black dick or black pussy does not give you an automatic "I'm not racist" card.
Right. Joe Biden and Bill Maher, there's so many people that I don't understand. They don't get that. But then the crazy shit is that if you actually say that, then they'll turn around and call you racist. Like, you're racist for saying that. What? What are you talking about?
Crazy,
how am I racist?
Really?
Whatever, man. Whatever.
Fuck out of here, bro. That shit is dumb as shit. All right, let's see what their point is real quick, because idiot shit.
My man 4X in the house. What's good, 4X?
Jack Johnson was featured in the movie Harlem Nights, absolutely, and fucking, they was getting him white women, his promoters and everything, but they were doing that in order to fucking try to get his money after they try to fucking put him in prison. You see what I'm saying? He left the country for a long time.
And they act like the Me Too movement is something that just was invented. The Me Too movement been around. They just put the hashtag in front of it.
Right. And then he went to jail for a little while for it. So he actually, that's the thing. I want y'all to understand that. They said that the screen froze. I don't know if the screen froze. It doesn't look frozen on my side. Does it look frozen on your side? I don't hear you. You're muted. You muted yourself.
Oh, my man 4X says that the screen is frozen. If you guys can hear us or if you guys can see the screen, type it in the comments so that we know.
It's not frozen on. Yeah, it's not frozen on my YouTube. I'm looking at it right now. It's not frozen on my YouTube.
Okay. All right, cool.
So there's that. Yeah. All right, let's finish this shit the fuck up. Let's listen to this shit, shall we?
Bet.
I'm going to tell you. I know it sounds kind of out of left field, but actually, Uncle Joe is pointing liberals towards something they need to be more aware of. They have a bad case of progressivophobia. That's the phrase coined by Steven Pinker to describe a brain disorder that strikes liberals and makes them incapable of recognizing progress.
Real quick, he said, didn't Trump pardon Jack Johnson? Obama refused to pardon Jack Johnson. The thing is let's make this very, very clear. Obama didn't have no reason to do that. And you know, that is kind of Jimmo, let me explain something. I don't want people to get pissed off when I say this shit, but I want y'all to understand something. Donald Trump didn't fucking pardon Jack Johnson because, you know, of some moral thing.
Yeah, because it was the right thing to do.
Right. He did it so he can get more black people to vote for him. Okay. And that seemed like a very, very, very easy thing to do as long as the black man was dead already. Okay. This is placation at the highest degree. It's kind of like giving AAPI an anti-hate bill, but then giving us a federal holiday that doesn't help us at all, that everybody now gets to get paid for. That didn't benefit us at all.
Right.
Donald Trump did that, you know, and again, it would have been the same thing if Obama did it. And I think that's the reason why Obama didn't do it.
Right.
He knew that shit wasn't going. Nobody would have gave two shits.
Right.
So, you know, to say Trump did it, but Obama didn't, that means nothing. You know what I mean? Right. Same reason he pardoned Kodiak Black. Right. So the thing is, I think Obama didn't do it, but Trump did. Well, it kind of means nothing because that's what white folks love to do.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why Obama got elected, so they could have a whole list of talking points about what quote Obama quote did for quote us. When you look at Obama, how is quote Obama one of quote us?
And anybody, and let me say this shit, anyone who did not realize that Obama was going to get the shit end of the stick at the end of his fucking terms as president, regardless on what he did, y'all wasn't paying attention. He was put in there to fail.
The tools always get broken.
He was put in there to fail. And because he didn't fail, they found a lot of other reasons. And those reasons were the reasons that we gave them. And those reasons that we gave them was very specific. And it was what? Obama didn't do nothing for black people. Yeah, you're right. He didn't. But guess what? We didn't ask for it either. And I know people don't like to hear that shit. Okay? But black folks asked for 3 things from Obama. We asked for jobs. We asked for health care. And we asked for more funding for black fucking schools. And we got 2 out of the 3 because the third one he couldn't do. That has to do with your state. He gave black folks exactly what they asked for. Black folks said, we need jobs. He got jobs out there. They might not have been the best jobs in the world. They might not have been the best jobs in the world. They might have just been minimum wage jobs, but he got more jobs and he got more black folks employed. We asked for health care. He gave us Obamacare and everybody was able to go get their checkup. You understand what I'm saying? So, as much as I do criticize Obama, I do understand why the shit happened the way it happened. And I want everybody else to recognize that. And don't get me wrong, I get all the points, right? I get all the points about where Obama fucked up. But that shit, we have to make sure that we recognize that we have a little bit of responsibility to take when it comes down to what Obama did when he was in office. We voted for Obama because he was black. Let's not pull no punches. Let's not play no games. We wanted to see a black man in the office. We didn't give a shit. Okay? And that's what it was. All right, let's finish doing this. I know Rob just went somewhere, but he'll be right back. Let's finish this shit up real quick. Exactly. I'm going to put that on the screen. Absolutely facts. All right, let's listen. Let's finish dumbass Bill Maher and the new liberal ideals.
It's like situational blindness, only what you can't see is that your dorm in 2021 is better than the South before the Civil War. If you think America is more racist now than ever, more sexist than before women could vote, and more homophobic than when blowjobs were a felony, you have progressivephobia and should adjust your mask because it's covering your eyes.
No, if you think these things and you believe that there's been this major act of progression coming from fucking anybody in America, then you need a new pair of eyes. The fact of the matter is he doesn't recognize fucking evolving racism, and he doesn't understand how racism has evolved. So he thinks, yeah, they did in certain places. He thinks that just because there's more black folks out here and black folks ain't getting lynched, somehow racism is gone. And it's not. Okay? So let's make sure we remember that. He doesn't understand evolutionary racism. All right? And that is a copyrighted word. Don't try to steal my shit. All right.
Before 2012, every time gay marriage was put before a state's voters, it lost 35 times in a row. Now it's the law of the land in every state. Even half of Republicans are for it. The other half are for closeted gay sex.
Yeah, it was. It was actually illegal to have sex in any other position other than missionary. That was a law for a while. So yeah, you're right.
The chant from gay protesters used to be, "We're here, we're queer, get used to it." Well, we did. This is Pride Month, and it's not even a big deal anymore. 30 days of parades and festivals celebrating a cause that was once so divisive, Ellen had to pretend to be straight.
It was once so divisive that we've had gay kings, gay queens, gay everybody. So yeah, it really wasn't all that divisive. But okay, go ahead and have your narrative.
State houses fly pride flags now. Disney celebrates it. By federal law, every single TV show must include a storyline about lesbians having a baby.
And that's especially predominant in the black fucking TV shows. If you haven't noticed, every single black entertainment show has at least one gay person in that motherfucker. Even the Christian shows.
If someone announces they're gay on TV, it's met with thunderous applause. My accountant says Yas Queen. You literally can't find a major American corporation that doesn't do something for Pride Month. NASCAR does it. Raytheon, maker of high-tech lethal weaponry that kills people from the sky, does it. And I hear next year they're going to paint "You Go Girl" on the side of their missile. And it's not just LGBT issues. Not that long ago, I knew people who went to prison for growing pot. And today you can legally smoke it for fun in 43% of the country, and I will.
And most of the people that's still in prison today because of drug crimes are black people. So yeah, haven't moved that much progressively forward since then. Fuck out of here, Bill.
Even something like bullying, it still happens, but being outwardly cruel to people who are different is no longer acceptable. That's progress. And acknowledging progress isn't saying we're done or we don't need more. And being gloomier doesn't make you a better person. In 1958, only 4% of Americans approved of interracial marriage. Now, Gallup doesn't even bother asking. The last time they did in 2013, 87% approved. An overwhelming majority of Americans now say they want to live in a multiracial neighborhood. That is.
Yeah, because white people are fucking dying off. The average age of a white person is 41.5 years old. Basically, there is no procreation going on in the white community. So the only way white people can keep on procreating and keep on going on is if they mix with melanated people. That's why.
Is a sea change from when I was a kid. In a country that's 14% black, 18% of the incoming class of Harvard is black. And since 2017, white students are not even a majority in our public colleges. Employees of color make up 47% of Microsoft, 50% of Target.
Okay, hold on.
55% of the Gap.
I want y'all to pay attention what he said. He said minorities. I want you to keep track of the kind of words that he uses. You notice how he's touching on all of the fucking discrimination that's going on for all these other groups outside of black folks. Black folks make up 2% of Microsoft, make up about 10% of Target, and make up about fucking 7.5% of Gap. Okay? See how this works? I want y'all to pay attention. If 2% of Microsoft is black, that means 45% is all other fucking minority groups. Pay attention.
Companies become desperate to look like their TV commercials. The Friends reunion we just had looked weird. Because if you even suggested a show today about 6 people, all of whom were straight and white, the network would laugh you out of the room and then cancel you on Twitter.
And see, and this is the problem. No, this was really weird. And this reunion was really weird because everybody, okay, everybody knew that Friends was a direct ripoff of motherfucking Living Single. That's why it was awkward. Fucking stupid. Come on, people.
Right.
And yet there is a recurrent theme on the far left that things have never been worse. Kevin Hart expressed a view many hold when he told the New York Times, "You're witnessing white power and white privilege at an all-time high." This is one of the big problems with wokeness, that what you say doesn't have to make sense or jibe with the facts or ever be challenged.
No, what it says is white people are trying to make up a new narrative. And you're trying to act like the narrative of white privilege and white supremacy is not real and it's made up. The fact of the matter is you're wrong, Bill. And that's facts. Okay? We see white officers being able to kill black boys, girls, kids, fucking grown-ass adults, grown folks, old folks. It don't fucking matter. Shit. You get to see white fucking police officers shoot and kill black undercover police officers because, well, I thought they were a criminal. Or shoot and kill a black police officer because he's running after a criminal and he was not in uniform. See, this is the dumb fuck shit. This is the buffoonery of Bill fucking Maher. The ability to just ignore shit. See, the thing is, the reason why we don't see lynchings going on today is because we got lynchings going on in a whole different way. And that is police officers killing black people. It's legal lynching.
Right. George Floyd, that was legal lynching. Bill Cosby was a legal lynching.
That's what it is. Facts. So that's why he doesn't recognize it, because he doesn't understand evolutionary racism.
Lest the challenge itself be conflated with racism. But saying white power and privilege is at an all-time high is just ridiculous. Higher than a century ago, the year of the Tulsa Race Massacre? Higher than the years when the KKK rode unchecked and Jim Crow went unchallenged?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Because it's legal lynching now. It was legal back then in spirit. Now it's just fucking legal. Yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. Let's keep on doing this.
Higher than the 1960s when the Supremes and Willie Mays still couldn't stay in the same hotel as the white people they were working with? Higher than during slavery? And I mean actual slavery, not Prince doesn't like his record contract slavery. Racism is unfortunately still with us. We have the footage. In policing, housing, job discrimination, segregated schools, wealth inequality, the legacy of injustice sadly lives on and demands remedial action. I understand as best I can how racism singes a person's soul so much that they might see it everywhere. But seeing clearly is necessary for actually fixing problems. And clearly, racism is simply no longer everywhere. It's not in my home, and it probably isn't in yours.
You muted, bro. Unmute the mic. There you go.
My bad. Yeah, you say it's not in your home because you refuse to see it. Just like all other white folks refuse to see it. You don't want to see it because you don't want to deal with it. This is why we've always dealt with the same old, same old. This is why white folks have always told, look, you'll get there, just be patient. Just take it slow. Why?
Just hold your breath until you die.
Right.
Because literally this dude just said, oh, they don't walk down the streets unchecked. Here we go. Down the street unchecked. What's today's date, Bill? Is your nose in the way of your eyes, or can you not see that this was Monday, July 5th? Move your nostrils out of the way of your eyes so that you can see.
This is real shit. Pay attention. This is liberal talking points now. And these are legitimately Republican talking points. Pay attention.
If I read my audience right, and I think I do.
Oops, your white audience. Yes.
For most of the country, the most unhip thing you could ever be today is a racist. Even Derek Chauvin was not backed up by his fellow officers. And that never used to happen.
Oh, but Derek he was backed up by the judge.
He was absolutely backed up by the other officers, because in Buffalo, when the black lady got fired for stopping a white dude from choking a black suspect, when she did that, she got fired for it. Those officers who were there, they watched Chauvin do it, and not taking action is an action.
Right. The fact of the matter is let's just be honest, okay? 22 fucking years. A black man recently just got convicted of 34 years for killing a fucking police dog. A police dog. Not a human, A dog. I can go to the vet right now and have my dog euthanized and not get in any trouble. But because they put a badge on a motherfucking mutt, a black man got 35 years. Now, that black man didn't torture that dog. He didn't put his knee on that dog's neck for 8 minutes or 9 minutes. He just killed the fucking dog that was attacking him. And he got 35 years. Yeah, I'm sorry, Bill. The judge helped him out. The judge said, I came to my decision on the length of his sentence before the family even did their impact statement, which means she didn't even take into account the impact statements from the family. They did have his back.
Facts. And another thing that judge said was, you know, everybody was saying how this was going to be the case that was going to make an impact. This is going to be the case that sets the tone for everything. The judge made it clear when he was issuing out the sentence. I just want you all to know that this case is making no message. I'm sending no message out. Like, this was the judge's words.
This is bullshit. This is why Bill is an idiot. Pay attention to what he's saying.
The low point of race relations wasn't Kim Kardashian wearing cornrows, even though it happened on Snapchat and George Wallace standing in a doorway didn't. Because here's the thing, kids. There actually was a world before you got here. We date human events, AD and BC, but we need a third marker for millennials and Gen Z. BY, before you.
Yeah.
It's telling that in a recent Harvard youth poll of Americans between 18 and 29, 72% of blacks said they were hopeful about the future of America, as compared to only 46% of whites. I'm not surprised. There are a hell of a lot of Americans trying really hard these days to embrace a new spirit of inclusion and self-reflection.
If you would have fucking taken a poll in 1865 and asked black folks, how hopeful are you? I promise you would have got a fucking 95% fucking positive rating on hopefulness of black folks.
Right.
That means absolutely nothing.
Right.
Black folks being hopeful that we will eventually at some time get equality means nothing.
Right.
You feel me?
Nothing.
Means
At all.
nothing. And this is so funny to me because he really thinks he just made a point.
Yeah, and the crowd is just shitting him on. Yeah.
Yes, bitch.
Yeah.
Yes, bitch. Are you serious?
We got him. We got them niggas. We got them niggas now.
Yes, bitch. Yes, bitch. Go, Bill.
I bet you won't say shit now.
Go, Bill. Raw, Bill, raw. Get him, Bill. Yes, bitch. You fucking idiot. You fucking idiot. You dumb fuck ass motherfucker. Okay. Let's keep on going. Yes, bitch.
Yes.
Yes.
I need to, where's a beer can? I can. My head on the foam coming down.
He's a fucking idiot. Like real shit. This dude's a fucking idiot. All right, let's go.
Oh
And
my
this
God.
progressive allergy to acknowledging societal advances is self-defeating, because progress and hope that we can achieve it is the product we're selling. And having a warped view of reality leads to policies that are warped. Black-only dorms and graduation ceremonies, a growing belief in whiteness as a malady and white.
How is it all of a sudden? Y'all did this shit on a regular basis. Y'all didn't want to. Y'all fought fucking integration tooth and motherfucking nail. And have the audacity to try to use it as if y'all did something progressive. Y'all didn't do nothing progressive.
Right. I'm just terrified at the thought of all black college dorms. You had laws in place to make it like that. Like, what are you talking about?
Are you serious? You still do segregation. It's just not called segregation, but it's called the hood.
Right.
Okay.
As long as they're where they need to be, and of course, as long as they have the choice to be there.
Right.
Like,
they have the choice because that's all they can afford.
Right.
Fucking stupid. What's wrong with black dorms? What is wrong with having a black dorm?
Right.
Nothing's wrong with having a black dorm.
At all.
See, he want to make that, he's trying to turn it around and trying to act like having an all-black dorm is somehow racist in itself.
They have all foreign exchange dorms.
Right. They have all fucking, they do this sometimes. Sometimes it's just what they do because they don't want anybody else interfering with their good time. You know what I mean? They don't want to be bothered.
It just makes it easier. Like, it is easier if just because there's an all black dorm, for one, it's not exclusionary. It doesn't mean that, like if you go to college in high school and you like, yo, I'm going to this dorm. If you graduate with your white homeboy and y'all gonna be roommates, they're not gonna say, well, your white homeboy can't stay here. They're not gonna say that. If you fit the qualifications for the class, they're gonna read you like, yo, this is a cultural center dorm. But if you want to be here, then you can be here. Just like how they have it at the college that I went to, they had for international students, but a lot of those international students had a sponsor student who would help them around, because sometimes until they took the speaking English test, it wasn't for certain if they could deal with things like stop signs and campus directions and different things like that. They had somebody there to help them, but it just wasn't the majority. They had people there who were the majority so they could have a normal social life, because if you can't speak English, you're not going to have a normal social life. Like, sometimes situations where things are, quote, segregated, you know what I'm saying? It's not segregated for a negative reason, because it's not really even segregated. It's basically just we have a collection of people that have common things that could possibly be restrictive in one environment. We put these people together so that they can be something they could build on together. You know what I'm saying? People that can't speak English, they kind of clump together because they, it's easier for them to speak to each other in a native language. You know what I mean? Like, and he knows that.
He knows exactly what it is.
He knows that because he's part of an ethnicity. I want to know how many black people were at any bar mitzvahs that he went to.
Right. And you're absolutely right, Jimmo, because nobody does fucking bitch about the name of the White House, even though black folks built it.
Right.
It should be the Black House.
Right.
But hey, whatever. Let's finish this up so we can get done with them.
White people as irredeemable, giving up on a colorblind society.
Again, white people have proven themselves to be irredeemable. I'm not saying that they couldn't redeem themselves. What I'm saying is that thus far, white folks have not tried to redeem themselves.
And why is the goal to have a colorblind society?
Right, because that's disrespectful in itself.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem when I see white people seeing that they're white. It's only certain people that have a problem with seeing other people. I can't process all of this. I can't see color. Okay, I see color and I have no problem with it because I'm not an asshole. I don't treat people strangely because they're a different color. Like, that's not a me thing. That's not what we do.
Well, here's the thing, and I've told people this many, many, many times. When white people go around saying that they're colorblind, I want to make sure you guys understand this 100%. When white people say I'm colorblind, what they're saying is I have to take away your color in order to see you as a person.
As a person, facts.
I have
That's
to be
absolutely.
colorblind in order to be able to see you as a human being.
Yep.
That's what
absolutely what that
colorblind
means.
is.
Yep.
I don't want to look at your culture. I don't want to think about your history. I don't want to deal with any of that shit. In order for me to see you as a whole person, I must strip away your color. Because with your color comes inferior genes. And so in order for me to not believe what I've told myself and what I've taught myself and my whole community, I have to strip away your color. That way I can see you as a human being.
Right. You're just dark-skinned and bothersome.
Right. Instead of just being an ignorant nigger, you're dark-skinned and bothersome and you annoy me.
Right.
You're loud and obnoxious.
You're bringing the property value down. I'm bringing the property value down right now. Just by breathing, I'm just bringing the property value down. I'm just sitting here bringing the property value down. I'm unhealthy for real estate as a person.
Facts.
Like this dude is talking about. Oh, go ahead.
No. Go.
No, I was just gonna say he's sitting here talking about. Oh, there's something wrong with whiteness. Nobody has. There's nothing that's been programmed in people to see anything wrong with whiteness. There's certain cultures, a lot of Asian cultures, a lot of black cultures that actually worship white people like they're gods. We bring down the property value because of the United States, because of Great Britain, because of Portugal, because of the way that we've been painted.
Absolutely. And so let's make sure we pay attention to the wordings that he's using. This is all code talk, and he's talking to white people right now. People, pay attention.
Only if you believe we've made no progress does any of that make sense. I can name some things that actually are worse than they've ever been before, like the environment and homelessness in LA and the prospects for maintaining an actual democracy in America. But where progress has been made, it's not a sin, and it's certainly not inaccurate to say we've come a long way, baby.
Yeah, again, you want to notice how all those things, white people caused all those things?
Right.
Just like they caused racism and created racism.
And the thing that's so crazy about it is now they're blaming it on everybody else. And then anytime anybody just talks about any of these kind of issues, the first thing that they do is just constantly repeat, "You're racist, you're racist, you're racist," or they say this is anti-white propaganda. So if I have a problem with racism, you consider that anti-white?
Yeah, exactly. That's what the fuck they're saying. This is the fucking stupid shit right here.
Not mission accomplished, just a long way.
Yeah, you're nowhere near fucking mission accomplished, and we are a long, long, long way. And here's the thing, let's just be honest. Because it's okay, and black folks, I need y'all to pay attention. It is not our responsibility to teach white people empathy. It is not our responsibility to end racism. It's not our responsibility to teach people about racism. It's not our responsibility to do any of that. The responsibility are on the people who created racism, and that would be white folks. And if white folks wanted to absolutely demolish racism tomorrow, they could.
Yep.
Don't get it twisted.
And another thing is, they want us to immerse ourselves so much in this culture and for us to, not have our culture, leave our culture behind. Well, one thing that I don't think that they really grasp is that racism is a inseparable part of American culture. So are you asking, do you want us to practice racism? Do you want us to be racist? Do you want us to practice competition where we can get in a power situation where we can practice racism, since you want us to be so much of a part of this culture? Because again, it's not arguable that racism is inseparable from American culture.
I had to drink some water.
Oh yeah,
You know what I mean? I had to drink. I had to quench my thirst, hydrate my body. Okay, and I want y'all to understand this shit, because this is real serious shit. This is the way white folks kind of irk their way out of taking responsibility. This is how they worm and creep their way out of all this shit, right? By trying to put the blame on other people, i.e. black folks, Latino folks, Asian folks, and fucking Middle Eastern. It's all their problem. That's white folks. It's their problem. That's not our problem.
That's one of the reasons why I don't do the whole debate thing. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no point in doing it. I'm not even going to validate you with that kind of nonsense by even giving the time of day to it. Like, all right, whatever. I'm out. Peace.
Right. This is why I absolutely agree with a book that says I'm no longer talking to white people about racism. I absolutely agree with it.
They actually call that racist now.
Yeah.
They get mad about that. Like, I've seen people like Bill Maher and other people who are on, political talking heads. Well, they won't even talk to us about racism. I mean, your definition of a conversation with you about racism is you dictating to me how I should tolerate your racism, and I'm not having that conversation with you.
Right. Facts. And that is their conversation standpoint right there. That really is. That's what the hill that they want to die on too.
Yeah.
Well, you can't do that. That's racist. No, you can't do that to me. And I want y'all to understand, there's a reason why white folks don't want black folks to actually have shit. Okay? And I want y'all to understand this shit. Because they're afraid that what they did to us, we're going to do to them.
That's literally what they say. Dude, play that evangelist video that I sent you, bro.
Which one?
I sent it in your messenger with the old dude that looked like Colonel Sanders.
Oh, wait a minute.
Play the Colonel Sanders video, bro. Like, he said,
let me see. Hold on real quick. Where did you send it?
Hold on, man. I'm about to try to find it real quick. Hold on. I sent it to your messenger.
Like, but I got, let me see if I got, because I got a few.
It was one of those.
You got a whole bunch of these motherfucking things,
oh yeah,
bro.
And I'll be sending this stuff nonstop. Like, yo, look at this. Yeah. It's I think it is Delmo. I think it's Pat Robinson. I think that's the dude's name. Man,
oh, you're talking about okay. I think. Hold on. Let me pull this up, because my messenger is. I'm gonna have to send it to me myself.
Hold on, here you go. I got you. Hold on. I'm finna hold on real quick. Dude, I was laughing so hard.
These evangelists are crazy. Well, there's a reason why I'm an atheist, bro. there's a reason why I'm I'm atheist.
He said there's a reason why I'm racist.
There's well, I am kind of racist. Well, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'm racist in the sense that I am a specialist on race.
Right.
Okay. I'm a specialist on race, if you want to call it that kind of racist. All right. So let's present this one right there, and let's play this. All right. Here we go. Let's listen to this. This is actually from from, and let's give credit because we have to, I try to give the credit as much as possible. This is TYT, okay? It's a show called Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie. Actually, I kind of dig this dude. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't watch him a lot. But I really do kind of dig this guy. He's not the dumbest motherfucker in the world.
Nah, he's not a dumb dude. He gives me Roland Martin 2.0 vibes though, because he's rocking with the Young Turks. But that's just me.
Yeah, no, and I get you. I totally get you. I didn't say it was perfect, but no, I get you.
But he is smart though. He do be going in on these debates. He be killing these people in the debates.
He kills them. And I loved it when he went and shit on Jesse Lee Peterson. I loved it, that shit. If you guys don't know, I have a personal grudge with Jesse Lee Peterson because the pussy he invited me onto his show. And for 2 weeks, I was on his helmet. Just for a whole 2 weeks, I was on his helmet and I learned everything about fucking him. And I was just talking mad shit. And then they called up. I was about to be on the show, and then they canceled it at the very last minute. And they never fucking got back. And
you want to know why?
Because they knew I would have fucking ate his ass alive on his own show.
We can't let you on this week, Izzy, because I have a white guest calling in.
No, he brought another nigga on. It's a segment. There's a segment of his show, right? If you watch his show, there's a segment of his show where he likes to bring on people that are like a part of the conscious community and so-called woke and so-called, they know what the fuck they're talking about, right? They talk about this shit, right? And he corners them with these questions and he does this same diatribe. And, all of a sudden, all these white people are like, get on fucking Jesse Lee. And they never really have like legitimately good answers. I think the only person that really had real good answers was Tyreek Nasheed. But and Young Pharaoh, actually, I'm not gonna lie, even though I'm not like the biggest follower of Young Pharaoh, Young Pharaoh actually had a pretty good conversation with him. But now that I look back and I see where Young Pharaoh is today, and what he does today, I understand why he had a good video, a good interview with him. Okay, right. So with that being said, I had to put that caveat on there. You see what I'm saying? At the time, I thought it was a real good interview, but now today, not as much. So, all right, let's watch this. It's only about 2 minutes. Let's get this one.
I have to bring everyone's attention to White Jesus. Pat Robertson. Pat Robertson said something, and he said a lot of ridiculous things, okay? But he said something so extreme about critical race theory. I just have to make sure we put it out on the show today. Let's go to Pat Robertson. Let's go to his comment quickly.
What is it that the people of color have been oppressed by the white people, and the white people begin to be racist by the time they're 2 or 3 months old? And therefore, the people of color have to rise up and overtake their oppressors, and then, having gotten the whip handle, if I can use that term, then to instruct their white neighbors how to behave. Now, that's critical race theory, and it sets people against one group against another. It is totally divisive, and as has been said, this is the way the communists take over. They try to destroy the children. It is a monstrous evil. It's the people of color.
And I want you to listen to what he said one more time. I'm starting it over again because I want you to listen to what he said because I caught something. And I don't know if you caught it, right? But listen again to the very first part of this. I just barely caught that shit.
Have been oppressed by the white people, and the white people begin to be racist by the time they're 2 or 3 months old, and therefore the people of color have to rise up and overtake their oppressors, and then, having gotten the whip handle, if I can use that term, then to instruct their white neighbors how to behave. Now, that's critical race theory, and it sets people against one group against another. It is totally divisive, and as has been said, this is the way the communists take over. They try to destroy the children. It is a monstrous evil. And so the white people are supposed to feel guilty, and they're supposed to have white guilt. And the people of color are supposed to cleanse them of that guilt by taking over. It is a monstrous evil.
Wait, did you hear that shit? They're pulling 1965, 1964 tactics. This is how communists win, because black people rise up and want freedom and equality. We can't have that. What makes these black people think that they need to rise up against their oppressors?
And
what have white people done to black people to make them feel like they need to rise up and take over their oppressor? Are you
and they'll take the whip handle and they shall smack the backs of their oppressors to make them understand the guilt that they should have. That none of that crazy insanity has ever crossed my mind. This is what you get when you get somebody that has a UTI that's way too old to be in front of a damn microphone, that is clearly deficient on cranberry juice. You know what I'm saying? Getting up here talking about critical race theory, because ain't none of that shit in there.
See, what's so funny? Let me hear what he has to say real quick, and then I want to tell you something. This idea, we're going to debunk this critical race theory argument real quick, okay? This shit has got to stop. Hold on. Let's finish listening to what he says.
I'm so glad that Pat Robertson can barely talk, number one. Number two, critical race theory, as he described it, it's completely inaccurate how he described it. I teach critical race theory at the university. It de-emphasizes individuals, and it emphasizes systems. It emphasizes infrastructure, and it emphasizes policies that must be remedied because they produce inequitable outcomes. But that's a whole nother story. I wanted to make sure we put out that Pat Robertson. I got more to say about it later during this week on Indisputable. I have to bring it.
All right. So, okay. The reason why they keep on trying to attack critical race theory is because they believe it has a link to another thing called critical theory. Okay.
Right.
But just because two names are the same does not mean they're the same thing. Okay. And we know for a fact that white people have been using critical race theory against us for years.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
I.e. the bell curve.
Facts.
You talk about this a lot.
Facts.
Okay. And so this idea of critical theory, okay, they like to try to act as if critical theory is a socialist standpoint, a communist standpoint, and these are communist and socialist ideals. And therefore, because critical theory is socialist and communist in nature, therefore, critical race theory must also be socialist and communist in nature. You see?
Right.
And this is false. This is absolutely false. Go ahead, because I know you got something.
No, I just had the definition of critical race theory up here in this bottom window. I just wanted to make sure that people could see it. But everything that he said about critical race theory is completely and 100% inaccurate and just flat out wrong.
Right. And the reason why, tell everybody exactly why people don't want to learn critical race theory.
Critical race theory, for the most part, in order to talk about critical race theory, you have to do a critical examination of all of the legal system, which has to do with slavery, Jim Crow, black codes, which basically means an academic lens shined on Black history, which we all know they already have an issue talking about Black history. Once you apply that critical thinking and critical lens, that literally validates a claim for reparations. And once that theory is taught, and if it's taught in schools and people start to see it with inarguable facts and data and numbers, then there's no possible way a next generation can say, well, no, there's no justification for reparations. When you see how critical race theory applied to the United States, specifically to the legal system, to the Constitution, to every institution here in America, and then you talk about the money that we haven't gotten, now it's a problem, because now we have an academic framework that says, okay, they're owed a lot of money.
Right. Well, it also, and what it also does is it forces white people to realize that they are racist, even subconsciously. And I say this all the time. A lot of people don't like to hear me say it. And I say conservatively, I say that 97% of all white people are racist. I say it all the time. Okay.
Right.
And then white people lose their mind. And they say, you're crazy.
Right.
Right. They always do that. You're crazy. Not that many white people are racist. Right.
My question is always, how do you know?
Right. And here's the thing. I'll tell you for a fact that white people are racist. And it goes like this. 30% of that 97% is outwardly racist, which means they go around shouting nigger and monkey and a whole bunch of other shit like we constantly see, like we showed today, right? Then you have the closeted racist. The closeted racist is the man that knows that he can get in trouble. So what he does is he keeps his racism near and dear to his heart. And he keeps it within his family, and he keeps it within his close-knit friends. Okay? Now, the last little group would be the 37%. And they are what I like to call subconsciously racist. Subconsciously racist. Why is that important? Subconscious racism means that you were quite literally raised in racism, and you understand what racism is, and you, without even knowing it, you do racist shit. You support the racist white supremacist system. You understand? And so, and this is subconsciously, and you do it subconsciously by doing little things like, saying there's no such thing as white privilege, or you tried to make excuses for why it was okay for the cop to kill the black guy, but then get pissed off and throw the black cop in prison for killing a white person. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It's by saying, when they say things like "you people," right? When they try to act as if black folks have lower IQs than everybody else.
Or like
go ahead.
Or like what Rachel Nichols did when she said Maria Taylor, well, she only got the job because of diversity.
Right. And so these are subconscious racist. This is subconscious racist behavior. You see what I'm saying? So I need y'all to understand that, yeah, white people are racist, and we know this. Look at Bill Maher. When you look at Bill Maher, what he does and what he says, he is pushing an ideal of racism. Now, again, I don't give white people that much credit. Now, but there are people out here that do give white people that credit and say, well, maybe he doesn't realize it, maybe he doesn't get it. I think white people get it very clearly. I think white people understand. I think white people know racism. They understand racism, and they purposely act dumb in order to keep the racism alive and the system of white supremacy alive. And so they act dumb to you people. And what ends up happening is this: you are so busy spending all your time trying to convince them, show them, or teach them what racism is, you're not taking the time to get the justice that we deserve, because you're so busy trying to talk to these people. Oh, I don't get it. I don't understand.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? This is a game.
Yeah, it is.
And black folks is falling for it, hook, line, and sinker.
Yep. Facts. That's the biggest facts.
You know what I mean? So I want y'all to understand how the game go. And this is why when we talk, just like when we talked last week, right? We talked about how black folks need to put their shit together, go and start building their own media, start building their own. We need to start building our own shit, get our own land, start fucking policing ourselves, getting our own judges, getting our own police, getting our, you know what I mean, getting our own entrepreneurs. This is why it's so important.
Right.
Stop talking to white folks about racism. It makes no sense.
Stop looking for acceptance.
Right, from white people. That's really what it is. Because when you're trying to get white people to understand, first off, you're like, oh, please, can you get it? I want to be your friend so bad.
Right.
Okay? They have a history. White folks have a history of not making the right decisions when it comes to race.
And please don't think that that whole "I want to be your friend so bad" shit is there's any reciprocity there. When it's not a two-way thing. It's basically I'm gonna come in and this is how it is way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna come in and say this, and it's my way or the highway. I'm gonna come in and take your culture, and you're basically less than me, and that's just how it is, or else I'm gonna rape your family. Like
Right.
that's literally the situation. You know what I'm saying? We talked about the one from Britain, which is what we had here in the United States, and then I just read the one in Portugal. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So please make sure you understand what we're doing. You know what I mean? I want to real quick throw out special shouts out to everybody that threw some awards so far. Gary, Big Bro, Boxing, Ali, Sunday Night Smoke, CG. All of you guys, thank you for throwing awards in the room for your
Facts.
boy Rob. That goes in his pocket. Good shit. Thank you. Make sure you keep on doing that shit because it's much appreciated and it's much needed. In order for us to do this, in order for us to make sure we can bring this information to you in an entertaining way, you know what I mean? Those are actually needed. They do help out. So please keep
Facts.
on helping out. Throw down some, some help, you know what I mean, for the brother. And, if you feel the need to, there's my Cash App right there and my Venmo too. Do that shit because it takes time to put this shit together. It takes time to
Facts.
put together the videos that fucking Rob does. It takes time to fucking put together the shit that we do and to talk about what we do for 4 hours at a time. You know what I mean?
Facts.
And time is the most precious thing on earth.
Right. And I
You
just
know what
want
I
to
mean?
tell y'all, to anybody that supports me, you know what I'm saying, on YouTube or whatever, you know what I mean? I got a whole nother YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is monetized. You know what I'm saying? I get ad revenue for people watching my videos. So anything that y'all throw down, don't throw it down through Haps when we doing these videos. Anytime we do these videos together, shoot that to Izzy and send it to him on Cash App and Venmo. I'm getting reimbursement for my content on YouTube through my other channel. So when we do these broadcasts together, if y'all gonna put something down on the platform, make sure y'all send that to Izzy. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
either one. I say either one because we both have to put in time. So,
Man, listen. I got the ads running right now. I ain't even worried about it. You
he
know what I'm
said, "I
saying?
got ass,
Now, when you get your ads, now I'm gonna be like, hold on, now every other super chat. But until then, you know what I'm saying? Until then, you know what I'm saying?
Nigga, I got the ass running, nigga.
I got the ads running. You know what I'm saying?
So it is this. Look, I want y'all to make sure y'all understand this because the thing is there's a lot of folks out there that's like really on this super woke shit, or be conscious, all this other shit. I'm a big proponent of don't get caught up in all that shit. You can believe the Moore shit. Don't get caught up in it. You can believe the Hotep shit. Don't get caught up in it. You can believe the RBG shit. Don't get caught up in it. You can believe the Hebrew Israelite shit. Don't get caught up. The indigenous claims. Don't get caught up. They're all true. But they claim they're the only one that's true. They're all true, ladies and gentlemen. And so we have to make sure that we recognize what the fuck we're fighting for and how we're going to get the justice that we deserve. And it's not by, joining some fucking cult. and just because they're like black people, black people, black people. You see what I'm saying? We need to figure out real solutions, and those real solutions is really legitimately getting land, getting businesses, entrepreneurship, making sure we have schools federally and personally funded by us. We need to make sure that we have jobs. We need to make sure that we have as much businesses, and we need to make sure that we have media. You see what I'm saying?
Facts.
That's the
Facts.
way. That's the way we come up. We come up by doing the same thing all the other groups do.
Yep.
We depend on ourselves.
And not use our differences as a place of division.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we got to start learning how to play nice in the play box with each other. And
With
play
each
nice
other.
in the sandbox with each other.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. It's okay to sharpen each other's sword. It's not okay to sharpen each other's sword and then stab them in the back.
Right. Facts.
You understand?
Facts.
So this is what the key is in black progression. And in order for black folks to really do something and start making some moves and really making a dent, we have to worry about us. And we have to stop waiting for white folks to fucking do it. We need to stop waiting for other fucking black folks to do it. We need to do it ourselves. If you are about this life, you go do this. Make sure that you're teaching your kids the true history of our people. Teach them the history of what the fuck we come from, where the fuck we headed, and all the hard work, because we've never been anything but fighters. And the thing is we're warriors, regardless on what nobody want to say.
Right.
We have been the consciousness of America, and guess what? It's not our job to be the consciousness of America. It's our job to make sure that we are able to survive, but not just survive, but thrive. There's a difference between thrive. We have to thrive. There's a difference between surviving and thriving.
Facts.
Okay.
Big
so
facts.
we need to make sure we're doing that. And the only way we can do that is by really putting the onus on ourselves.
Yep.
Right? You get it, you start a business, you hire black folks. You know what I mean? Yep. You go buy a house and build a house in the neighborhood. You tell other black folks, hey man, I found this lot over here that got a whole bunch of land. I just built a house over here. Why don't you fucking come over here and build a house over here with me?
Right.
Then you fucking put up a gas station. Then you put up a motherfucking bank. Then you put up a school. You see how this works?
Yep. And then you recruit more people, talented people.
Right. Right.
And then people see you doing this stuff and they say, wait a minute, I don't just have to sell my soul. Because what you got to understand, like, you know, and I had actually done a video about this. There's the 80-20 principle. The way that I feel is I think that everybody wants to see a change, but I don't think everybody is capable of making a change. Right. However, I think everybody as a whole is capable of making a change. But like we had talked about at the beginning of the video, a change didn't happen until that dude stood up.
Right.
And it was only one dude in the whole neighborhood that stood up.
Right. And see, and that's the thing. I think with black folks, we're always waiting to see if anybody else will do it.
Right.
Right. And I want black folks to understand that we've never waited to see if other black folks will do it. Never.
Right.
Look at the history of America. Look at the history of black folks. And look at our history of all the things. We didn't wait for one person. We just did.
Right. Facts.
We just did. We didn't wait for anybody's approval. When the fuck did we wait for federal government to fucking give us a holiday? We've been celebrating Juneteenth for years.
Forever.
Right? They celebrate Martin Luther King. We've celebrated Malcolm X.
Right.
We don't need a special holiday for Malcolm X. We do it.
Right.
When we just got out of slavery, we didn't ask them to move to Tulsa, Oklahoma, Rosewood, or motherfucking Slocum, Texas, or anything like that. We just started it. And we just did it.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So we need to get back in that mindset. That mindset is the just do it mindset.
Exactly.
It's the fuck your feelings, I'm gonna do this shit mindset.
Right. It's we're gonna put together whatever we have, and we may not use something, you know, that seems, you know, intuitive, but we're gonna use the resources that we have available to build specifically for us.
Right.
If I vote for a candidate, I'm not voting for that candidate because I care so much about that person being president. I'm gonna vote for this candidate because under this certain kind of environment, I know that I can set up a business very easily.
Right. You need to take advantage of the things that you have in front of you. And
Right.
if we start doing that for us, then we've already built a building block. That's all you need. You see what I'm
Facts.
saying? You go out here, if I had a whole bunch of money, I'd buy a whole bunch of land in Wyoming.
Right.
Yeah, it's out in the middle of nowhere. I don't really give two shits. That means more
Right.
land for sale.
Right.
Right? You could build. There's only 1 million people in motherfucking Wyoming. It's one of the biggest states, but with one of the smallest populations.
Right.
Perfect place. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's, who wants to fucking say, yeah, I live in Wyoming, but still, you know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, what the
You
fuck is
can
going
be,
on in Wyoming, right?
you don't have to just stay in Wyoming. You can build something in Wyoming, and then when you get enough money, you travel all over the world and let what you
Right.
got built in Wyoming keep making money for you.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So we have to start taking advantages. And the last point I'm going to make is what we have to do as Black folks is this. Black folks, we have to start acting like white folks. And I don't mean
the right way, not the Candace Owens way.
Right. I don't mean selling out. Okay? Not by no. I'm talking about we need to be ruthless. Ruthless in business, ruthless in the attitudes that we have, and just not give a fuck.
How many times in my videos to the people that watch my content do I talk about bloodthirst? You gotta have bloodthirst.
Have to. You have to. How do you deal with an enemy? Right? You get to know your enemy, and we know our enemy. We know what white folks is. We have a long history of it. And again, I've made this point many times before. We do background checks to go get a job. Right? And we are judged based off of our background check and sometimes even our credit.
Yeah. That happens.
And we are judged, and they say you are irredeemable, totally, because you were in jail for selling drugs and murder. So therefore, I can't let you work with me. I can't do that shit. Okay? So they are judged for their past. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It is just fine to judge white people based on their collective past.
It's done to us. We get judged based on our collective present that was manufactured for us here. Because make no mistake, the current state of things was manufactured. That's what Izzy was talking about when he was talking about knowing your enemy. Right. People know us and they manufacture and put certain things in front of our face because they know about the stimuli. That's why, like in my content, I'm always talking about the psychological stuff. You have to understand your own psyche, because trust me, there's people out there doing things that understand what make you tick better than you do.
That's what they do. That's their job. Their job every day is to do nothing but study Black folks.
Why do you think anytime they talk about why they come out with the bell curve? Your IQ is only 68. Chicago has the highest crime rate. It's always numbers, data, manufactured statistics.
This is what it is. Yeah, like literally, like they literally. Why do you think that they're always giving Black folks shit that will placate them, like, putting fucking Harriet Tubman on a $20 bill?
Operant conditioning, positive reinforcement.
Right. It's because throughout the whole past, as long as you do a little something, right, and make us get that feel good moment and say hallelujah, amen, Black folks is just gonna be like, okay.
Congratulations, black people. We are the proverbial Pavlov's dog.
Real shit. Real shit.
Classical conditioning, positive reinforcement.
So understand the playbook. The playbook is The Art of War. Go read it.
Yeah.
Go read The Art of War and tell me white folks is not following The Art of War word for word.
And you know, they didn't buy theirs. Like I bought mine on Amazon. They just went right to China and stole. Here goes some opium. Give me the damn book. And to find China. We're gonna put it up on our shelf and call it China. Because that's what we took it from. Dude,
right.
We're gonna name some shit after where you stole the shit from. I'm gonna steal all the nice glasses. I'm not gonna drink from the river with my hands in. I'm gonna steal all these nice glasses and call the shit China.
I'm saying. Oh, I got a little troll in here, little Izzy. You only calling me little, motherfucker. Okay? The only reason you calling me little is because you 350 pounds, nigga. Shut the fuck up. All right? If anything is little to you, motherfucker. Okay?
So he said
that long that you stuffing in your mouth, that's little to you, nigga. Shut up.
He said that there's the whole month of February. First of all, February is not even a whole month. It's only 28 days for most times. And other times when it is an actual whole month, every 4 years, it's 29 days. So February is not a whole month, first of all. So I don't know what kind of math you're used to. You know what I'm saying? Second of all, you know what I'm saying? When it comes to February, you have the other 11 months of the year.
Right.
And 11 minus February, 12 minus February is actual correct math. You saying the quote whole month of February, which February is 28 out of 29 days, 3 years out of every four is incorrect.
Right. So, you know, it's good, guy. Don't trip. All right. Don't choke on your motherfucking noodles, bitch. All right. All right. Gotcha, buddy. I got you. I see you. You wanted my attention. You got my attention, nigga. Okay.
I got plenty. Statistics.
Yeah, I got plenty of motherfucking attention to give tonight. Okay. Ungrateful. Okay. All right.
You need to put that evangelist back up. He'll like that evangelist.
Right? He said, we're ungrateful, guys. Black folks are ungrateful because white people decided to give us motherfucking a whole month for Black History Month. Listen, let me point something out to y'all real quick, too. Y'all didn't give us Black History Month either.
We gave y'all the calendar.
The fact of the matter is this. We created Black History Month. We didn't ask for it.
Right.
It first started as Black History Week. And we just did it. We didn't ask for permission. You didn't give shit. We took. We've always taken. We take what the fuck we want.
And the thing is it's not even vitriol. Mm-hmm. We have to take because there's no negotiation in this system.
Right.
If there was an actual some remnant of normalcy, there would be commerce and exchange.
Right.
But there's not. So,
and the fact of the matter is, white people, y'all always seem to think that y'all gave us something. Y'all never gave us shit. Y'all say we gave you freedom. No, you didn't.
Diseases.
Well, they did give us that. You know what? As a matter of fact, I will get. You know what? White people, you did give us something. You gave us gonorrhea and syphilis because y'all like to fuck animals. Good job.
Tuskegee study.
Actually, Lincoln didn't. Actually, Lincoln was losing the war until fucking they allowed the black soldiers to fight in the war. And adding the black soldiers to the war actually turned around the whole fucking war. And that's how we won. Let's not get it twisted. Okay, Lincoln did nothing of the sort. And not only that, Lincoln was a separatist and a racist. Oh,
here go the real thing,
I can
bro.
prove it. Go ahead.
Here go the real thing, bro. When white people tell you about other white people who actually gave you something, they never say the right white people.
Never.
You're incorrect, Mike High. Go do your research on John Brown. That's a white guy that actually gave some shit.
He gave his life.
And his family's life.
That's right. Okay? There ain't Listen, white folks, you don't have very much to stand on. And the only motherfucker y'all can stand on is motherfucking John Brown. And guess what? You can't really even stand on him very much. And you know why? Because y'all killed him too.
Right. And y'all don't even talk about him.
The one motherfucking white dude that had a legitimate he legitimately did it because he knew it was the right thing to do. Y'all killed that motherfucker too.
Killed his whole family and gave him a little piece of a park somewhere in upstate New York.
White people ain't never did shit but fucking line their pockets and motherfucking be lazy.
And then say that's what we do.
White people are probably the most laziest group out of everybody. Every single group.
Have they ever thanked us for 400 years of free work?
Nope. I don't want their thanks anyway.
So I have to agree. Ungrateful.
Yeah, you're right. You white people are ungrateful. Good.
We're gonna put that comment up. Thank
Great
you, Makai,
point.
for the admission.
That was so. You see how he brought up the past, and as soon as we debunk his past, his bullshit. You see what he did, right? Oh, that was so long ago. Let's not talk about this shit no more. That was too long ago. Even though I brought it up, let's not talk about this shit no more. Because you know what? You know too much about the past than I do. I thought you were dumb Negroes. Now I'm realizing you're not that dumb. Let's not talk about the past. That was too long ago. This is the fucking fuck shit. Which you
wait,
fucking
I got a question.
dumbass.
Hold on, wait a minute. How does any of this affect anybody alive today?
Let's not talk about the past. That shit is not cool. We gotta stop talking about fucking the past. Stop it. You fucking Negroes. Why you always have to live in the past so much?
Oh, man. Drunken Monk is in the house. What's good, Drunken Monk? What's good with you, bro?
You know, I got something too. I want to play this shit. Okay?
Oh, man.
I want to make sure that we talk about this shit. Okay? You fucking mutts. Where's that fucking mutt? Where did you go, you fucking mutt? Where the fuck are you, you fucking wet dog smelling piece of shit? Where are you, you fucking troglodyte? Don't get quiet now, motherfucker.
Oh, he probably gone, man.
I got a whole bunch of motherfucking work for you, bitch. You fucking mutt.
He probably gone.
I will fucking. Are you fucking serious?
Oh, all he's about to do, he's just gonna come back in and say, "I'm right." Look, there he goes.
I get violent. Look, I won't get. Look, okay, look. He said it. He really did go there too. He said, "Don't get violent." Don't get violent.
Look, this is what they think. Look, gangbanging activated. I'm about to I'm telepathically calling all other black people and Africans. We're gonna be in your front yard tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Oh shit! Oh,
I think the first carload just pulled up outside.
The troll comes in. I know, but we gonna end the troll. Listen. Here, let's do this real quick. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna put us on this, and then watch this. Hey, Mr. White Guy, can you worry about this before you interrupt our conversation real quick? Let's play for a second, shall we?
How I don't smell like wet dog. These pants always smelled like yoga aroma. I'd wash them, and they'd be back before I even got to class. Finally, I discovered the new Tide and Downy Odor Defense Collection. Tide gets out the yoga aroma, while Downy keeps them fresh all day. Now I don't smell like wet dog, wet dog, wet dog. Now I don't smell like wet dog, wet dog. I smell good.
Look, and look at the bitch face. She knows she lying. Look at that face. That's the face of a liar.
I just got a question. Like, why would you make a commercial like that?
Because it's true. Okay. That's the truth. That's the face of a liar.
Well, wait, hold on real quick. Ain't Tide the same people that made the commercial? Wait, no. That was Triscuits, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Remember a long time ago you played?
Yeah. I want you to look at this woman's face.
Oh, man.
She is trying to convince herself she don't smell like wet dog.
This is the shit that I'm talking about. Why did she take that commercial? See, she the same type of white person as the black people that I be complaining about. Why did you take that commercial? Why did you do that?
Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay. Go wash your wet dog smelling ass, nigga.
In the alternate universe where I'm doing a live stream with my white homeboy, you know what I'm saying? Why did she take this commercial, dude?
What the fuck, dude? This bitch.
God.
I just wanted to fucking point that out. That's all I wanted to do. Just wanted to point something out real quick. That's all. That's all. That's all. Can you wash your dog smelling ass, please, before you come into my fucking streams, please, bro? Thank you. Appreciate it. Now, we can get back to our regular conversation. Let's get back to the regular conversation because I think we're kind of over our time. Let's get this shit in. All right.
Man,
so
we always over our time. Always.
Yeah, I know. We've been running for what, 4 hours and 10 minutes.
Oh man. Woo.
4 hours and 10 minutes, man. So you got anything else that you want to talk about? The science of the wet dog is because members of the system will illegitimately have a very high sulfur content and subcutaneous oils in their hair when they contact with water.
Delmo broke it all the way down.
I love how Jimmo came with the science behind the wet dog smell.
Always, man. Delmo, always.
I love that shit. I absolutely love that shit. You know what I mean? This motherfucker was like, it's because of the sulfur content in the white people's body and the subcutaneous oils that secrete from their hair follicles as they get sweaty. And we have to understand that smell is a natural smell for them. And this is what arouses them. And this is the mating stench that you smell when you go around white people.
Look, I gotta give Delmo a job at Blacklight Technology so he could just come in with the lab coat on with the pen and just hand me the clipboard. Like y'all will see a mysterious hand like on the live stream. Just you know what I'm saying? Somebody just hand me the oh okay, that's what's up. Here it goes right here. Yeah, he just dropped the science on me.
I'm loving it. I really am. Yeah, I'm loving it. Have you ever, if you could possibly give me the science on why white people are the closest things to fucking chimpanzees, I would love that science too.
They said we was the monkeys though.
Yeah, that's called projection.
That's crazy.
Do you want me to prove it? Because I can prove it. You know I can prove it. I used to do this shit for shits and giggles.
I know. That's what I was already laughing because I already know what you want to say.
Shit. You know like a motherfucker. I can prove that shit.
Oh
I
my
am
God.
good at that one. Now that one right there. Oh yeah, that's the look. As a matter of fact, as a
Oh,
matter of fact,
that
watch this. Watch this. Monkey.
Oh
Watch
man,
this.
that face.
Wait a minute. Watch this shit. Okay, here we go. Let's look at this here, right here. Hold on. Let me pull this up.
Is that is that the Bill Maher voice?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I just love this part of my fucking job. Like real shit, I really do. Hold on. Let me see.
Oh, Demo brought the science for real. He came with the RH.
The monkey theory.
He said he gonna pray for us. Who you gonna pray to?
Yeah, who you gonna pray to? Who you gonna pray to, motherfucker? You liar. You're not gonna pray to nobody. You lying. I don't like liars.
Oh man.
Your fake God don't like liars either.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, not
You know
not a
what I mean?
fan.
Not a fan of liars. Not a fan of liars at all. Not a fan of liars at all. Okay?
Oh,
not a fan of liars. Wait, hold on real quick.
What's going on there?
White people!
Who the fuck is that? Ain't that one of them motherfuckers from Aerosmith or some shit?
Yeah, that's the lead singer from Aerosmith.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was
Okay.
like, wait a minute now. That motherfucker was up there with Run DMC.
That's white people. Okay, that's why. Hold on, I'm not done though. Hold on, watch this. Wait, watch this. I got another one. Watch this. I'm gonna show you something. Where the fuck is it? Watch this. Watch this. I'm such a dick. I swear to God.
Hey, yo, that's crazy. Yeah, that's that motherfucking name. Faith and Light got it. Steven Tyler.
Yeah, Steven Tyler. Let me see. Watch this. See, I used to have this shit. Like up. Oh, there it is. That's the best one. This is the one that I want to show you guys real quick. Okay, here we go. Watch. And I want y'all to pay attention. I want you to look at the lips of these individuals right there. Okay? Do you see the similarity between those lips? And look at the lips of the fucking black folks above it. Okay? Look at that. Okay? Look at those thin, crusty, non-fucking having lips. Look at that. Now, you tell me which one is the monkey and which one is the white people. I'll wait.
Yo, that's crazy as fuck.
Because it's hard to figure out, ain't it? You know why? Because white people are monkeys. Hey,
all I'm gonna say is,
watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna even put it on the screen as I do it. People with tails. I didn't even put white people.
oh, not the tails. Oh,
I didn't even put white people. All I said was people with tails. And what do you say right here? White person, white person, white person. Oh my God, white people, white people, white people, white people, white people, white people. You're fucking monkeys. That's called projection, ladies and gentlemen. That's what that's called. And I want y'all to understand this shit. When they call us monkeys and they say fucking this shit, that's projection. I want you to know that. Okay? I one shot.
You know what? It's funny that you brought that up because that's exactly what that dude in Philadelphia, or what was that? Lake, whatever, wherever that place was.
Yeah, the Mount something or whatever the fuck it is.
Mount Laurel. Yeah, Mount Laurel.
Yeah.
That's what he called. That's what he called them people out there.
Right.
Them people in the neighborhood, monkeys.
Right, monkeys. But that's called that is projection. Okay, and I want black folks to understand this shit. Make sure you understand this shit. Okay, you know, black folks don't go around pissing in their own fucking mouth. White people do. That's animal shit.
Pissing in their mouth.
Yeah. I'm willing to put money on it if you write person pissing in their own mouth, it's going to be a white person that comes up, and you'll see a video.
I don't even want to. I believe.
I'm willing to put money on it.
I've seen the videos on TikTok about that girl making like sundaes in the toilet and eating them out the toilet bowl.
Yep.
You ever seen that?
Yep. They did it like 2 times.
Who does it? Why would you do that?
And not only that, but they also did a barbecue. They made a barbecue grill on the toilet, and they cooked all of their fucking veggies in the back of the toilet. I want you to understand something. They're not us. You know what I mean? Yeah, they always have. They have a lot of piss porn. There's a lot of piss porn. They love to piss on each other. I don't know why. What's the attraction with pissing on people?
I don't get it.
You know
I do not get it.
Right. They fuck animals, but yet they talk shit about other groups that fucking supposedly fuck animals. They are savages. Like, look, and I don't like, look, I'm not, and if any white person is going to get offended by what I'm saying tonight, I want to make sure you understand. You're getting offended because that's clearly you. But I'm telling you facts. I'm not making shit up.
Dark Star.
He said R. Kelly.
R. Kelly.
Look, okay, there's always an anomaly in every group. Okay? But what is an anomaly? Right?
That's hilarious.
What is an anomaly by definition?
Look, right? Delmo came with the science again. What did he say? A vestigial tail?
Yeah, it's a vestigial tail.
Vestigial tail.
Yeah.
Wow. Is that a thing? Did they say that black people have tails?
Yeah.
What? Mm-hmm. See, that's some shit I never heard. I never heard that.
Yeah, they used to say that a lot. That actually started when they started putting us in zoos.
Yeah, the human zoos.
Mm-hmm. When they would put us in the human zoos, and when they had Sarah Bartman out there, and they were so enamored with her ass. You understand why they started making those carriages for women, the dress carriages for women.
Mm-hmm.
It was after they saw Sarah Bartman.
Yep.
And they created those these carriages for them motherfuckers.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Those corsets and all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, I mean, pay attention to this shit. They like to call us animals. They like to make us feel like we're animals because the actuality is that they come from bestial behavior. Okay?
That's why. Go ahead. My bad.
And we could show that to be true. They used to live, like they always talk about shit about black folks living in mud huts and shit. No, we never lived in mud huts like that. No, we lived in tents, and we created tents, and we created, houses that came from the dirt and were natural, right? But we didn't live in mud huts. White people did. They literally lived in they literally let the animals roam around in their house. They lived in the same place as the animals. That's proven. People don't get that shit. That's real history. Go look it up.
It's not even history. You know what I'm saying?
Go look at white people used to bathe once a month, and then right after they got done bathing, they would take a piss on their hands.
Take a piss on their hands?
Yeah.
For what?
They thought
Who
it
does
was.
that?
They thought it
Why would
was
you do
like
it?
cleanse. They thought it was clean.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah. Like we never did that. They were told that white people were told that they stink not once by a group, but twice. That we can guarantee, we can actually show, and we can prove that that's what they did. Right? The Moors, they called them dirty, and they started showing them how to bathe. And the Moors came with a lot of incense and fragrances and soaps and shit when they went through India. And again, India was not the Indians that we know today. They were actually black folks. Okay. And they came through India, got a whole lot of fragrances and soaps. And then they started taking over in the Europe area, and they started washing the girls, and primarily the Turkish girls, because they loved Turkish women. Right. Because apparently Turkish women back in the day had a nice body type, right? So, but they stunk bad. So they would wash them, right? And then when white folks got over to America and they were getting help from the native indigenous people here, the Native Americans called them the stinky people. That's what they called them, the dirty people, the stinky people, the smelly people. And they try to get them to take showers inside the rivers and shit, and they wouldn't. This is known history.
That's crazy, man.
It is what it
That's
is.
crazy. It is what it is.
You know what I mean?
Man, there was something I was gonna say, but I forgot what the hell it was.
And
it
that's
was something along the, oh no, that's what it was. Serena Williams' husband.
Mm-hmm.
He even said that.
Yeah.
Serena had to teach him how to bathe.
Right. Properly. He wasn't using rags. He wasn't doing nothing.
Wasn't Miley Cyrus the one that said like she don't wash like below the belt or something like that? Or so who said that?
I can't remember who exactly. It might have been Miley Cyrus, but there's a girl. There's a white girl on TikTok right now.
I know what you're talking about.
Okay. Who would go around on Black TikTok, and she started noticing what they would say. Like white people don't know how to wash themselves and a whole bunch of shit like that, right? And so she started taking tips from Black folks and literally started doing TikToks asking Black folks, what are things that white people do that is disgusting, and can you tell me exactly how to change that, right? They taught her how to properly bathe, right? She said, I never used a rag. I only washed certain portions of my body, and then I got out. I washed my hair like every 4 or 5 days, maybe every week, right? I never cleaned off certain shit. Like, Black folks been telling her all this shit, and she's like, oh my God, I've never known any of this. And she's been telling her family and all of her friends, and they don't know nothing about it.
Man, that's scary. That's kind of scary. That's kind of scary.
And y'all niggas out here searching for you for a white girl. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
It's kind of scary.
I'm just saying. And we've talked about this. Again, this is not disparaging. This is just what it is. This is how we are different as people, right? This is just how we are different. Black folks tend to be really clean, and we like to take showers, and we like to make sure shit is clean. You know what I mean?
Right. And then the thing is, too, it would be a whole different dynamic. Like if motherfuckers just wasn't so disrespectful. Like you literally talking about a group of people that projected all of this BS onto us. You know what I'm saying? But for centuries. It's not like this shit just happened yesterday and somebody made this stuff up. This has literally been the narrative. Like a lot of this stuff, like we just read that that thing, the Spanish thing. Right. This has been going on since the 14 and 1500s. And then people like to get upset when people are debunking it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, actually, this is how things were. And here's the historical accounts. Oh, you're being racist. Nah, actually, what's racist is we're not going around just bringing this stuff up unless it's brought to us and it has to be corrected. So that's another portion of that whole racism thing. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to call you a monkey. Okay, well, I'm gonna show you the percentage of RH negative blood and tails and all of this other stuff. Oh, you're being racist. Wait, but you weren't being a racist for calling me a monkey. It's
Right.
just correct for you to call me a monkey. But then if I show you some scientific data, you know what I'm saying, that kind of shows some trends going on in your gene pool, I'm a racist. I didn't say anything about that.
Listen, bro, what's so funny about that shit is this. I was literally, some dude, you know, used to come to my scopes and shit, and he says to me, he says, "You're a fucking racist, you nigger."
Oh man, sometimes you just get taken back like, damn, you just corrected my behavior. I'll stop.
Literally, I know many other black folks have dealt with that shit. You know what I mean? Like, I know I'm not the only one.
Man, I get it. Listen, man, I get called a racist like all the time, and I'm like, man, do you know? Like, I'm like, man, Izzy will tell you, man, I'm so open-minded. I'm like so not the racist person. Like, man, I'm just dropping facts. Man, do you know some of these other people out here? Have you dealt with some actual like black nationalists, some like actual like hardcore conscious community motherfuckers? I'm not one of them. But they are out there. And if you think I'm racist, you better just stay where you at.
Real shit.
You know what I'm saying?
If you can't handle the little bit that we do, oh.
Right.
Like,
right.
Yeah. We poke fun at people and we talk a little shit, and we laugh and joke and shit. But
yeah. Yeah,
you know.
nah, there's some people that, you know what I'm saying, they are really hardcore. You know what I'm saying? You know, like shit, like who is like God, you know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, them cats, man. Listen, man, like you know, listen, you want to say I'm racist, don't be calling me racist. Go over there. I'm gonna show you some real people that ain't on it. You know what I'm saying?
I can show you shit talk.
Right.
I can show you a lot of shit talk.
But that's just the privilege though. That's the like that's the if you defend yourself and you rebuttal or attack in the way that you're being attacked, then all of a sudden you're a racist. I know for a fact. Yeah, I mean, like I don't care about none of that, man. Shit, I'm the most nonchalant motherfucker. Like, you know what I mean? Like it is what it is. But at the same time, though, you're not gonna get me where I'm sitting there going in on black people for no reason. I'm not gonna do that. And what's right is right. And you're not gonna try to get me to agree with no bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not gonna work neither. I'm gonna you're wrong. You know what I mean?
Right. I totally get that shit. So, you know, it's funny how that shit works.
Yeah.
But you know, it's all good. It's all good. I ain't mad at
Facts.
So
man, we've been live for 4 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, we're done. Give them. How about let's do our last statements? Let's do that and then call it a night.
Yeah.
Yeah. My last statement for the night is white people are fucking monkeys.
Yo, that's great. Oh, shit. Yo, here you go, man. Listen, man, everybody that came through, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, we appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? We getting a nice amount of engagement, man. It's getting bigger every week. So, you know what I'm saying? If y'all want it, you know what I'm saying? We keep bringing it. You know what I mean? So, you know, make sure that y'all do that. Go check out my community page. Make sure y'all hit the bell icon twice on Izzy High. You know what I'm saying? Y'all already know if y'all from my page, Blacklight Revelations, you know what I'm saying? 1 and 2. And we probably about to piece out this bad boy, man. What you think? I think we covered the spread. I think we did it, man. I think it was a great show.
I think we covered the spread pretty well.
Yeah.
I think we
did.
So we'll come back with some more fucking madness next week, next Wednesday. You know what I mean? Oh, just to let you know, we're going to be having a special guest. Sebastian Cole has already agreed to join us on the show.
Oh, that's what's up. Is he on Haps? He's on Haps, right?
I believe he's on Haps, but we'll make sure he can get on regardless. But we're going to bring Sebastian Cole on, and we're going to talk to Sebastian Cole. If you don't know who he is, man, go find him and listen to him. This guy, I'm going to pick his brain a little bit, and we're going to bring him on. He's changed some of his beliefs since the last time we saw him on Periscope. So I think it'll be a very interesting conversation. Hopefully, we'll be able to get into a little bit of religion.
That'd be good.
Talk to him. I really want to get into some religion, and I want to get it. So if you guys have issues, if you guys are religious, super religious, and you got issues, and we bring them on, make sure you fucking don't get too in your feelings, because I am an atheist and I don't play the religion shit. Okay.
And I just troll.
Yeah, there you go. So, but I do want as many open-minded religious people to come in and join the conversation, though.
Yeah, absolutely. So listen, if y'all want to be able to call in and join the conversation next week, all right, same time, either get on your computer and go to Haps and make an account on Haps, or download the Haps app onto your phone or onto your tablet, and you'll be able to view it from there.
I was actually thinking about getting a phone call line.
Oh, yeah. We could actually do the phone call line and put it through where we have call-ins and the phone. We could do that. We could do that.
Right. Maybe we should do that. And
it's up to you.
Yeah, that way people can call in. But that's what I'm going to try. We're going to try to do. You know what I mean? That's what we're going to try to do.
That's what's up, man. That sounds good. That's what's up.
Right. So that's pretty much it, man. So I want to say thank you for everybody that came in. Thank you for everybody that donated. Thank you for all the people that joined into the conversation. It has been a fucking pleasure. You guys are fucking awesome. I swear to God. And, at the end of the day, make sure you stay real, stay black, stay doing your thing. What about you?
That's what's up, man. Same time, same place. Next Wednesday, we getting it in with a guest, Sebastian Cole. Can't wait.
Hopefully next week. If not next week, probably the week after that. But hopefully next week. That's what I'm trying to get him for next week.
Either way, we'll be back next week.
All righty then. With that being said, I think we are done for tonight. And make sure you guys watch the replay, subscribe, press the like, put on the notifications, double click on the notifications, motherfucking subscribe to your boy Rob Blacklight Revelation Rob and me, Izzy High on Reality Check Virtual Radio. And we out this motherfucker, okay?
Peace.
Peace.